Good evening. The time is 5:09 and the Warwick Finance Committee is slightly tardy but open for business. If I may have acceptance for the minutes for the committee meeting held on February 26th. I'll make a motion. Thank you. Go ahead. I have a motion. I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain. So, good evening. This meeting came up quick on us, and I didn't get to contact all departments concerning stuff on the bid, so there will be a lot of questions and conversation, new questions, conversations on the floor. So, give me one moment. So on to PCR 22-24, the bid package, item number 1, bid 2024-398, purchase 2023 Ford Police Interceptor utility hybrids, all-wheel drive color gray. This is with the, sorry. Good evening, Director. Please identify.
Good evening. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. Just one quick clarification. They're not police interceptors. They're similar vehicles, but they're not equipped for the police vehicles. These were vehicles that were available under a grant that the Finance Department was able to procure. It would replace 2 older Crown Victorias that we have that we've kind of milked every mile out of them at this point. But it's a Department of Energy grant for electric and hybrid vehicles. So initially we had come before you at the last meeting for 2 Ford Escapes, and there was a total of 4 that were approved under the ARPA funds. But because this grant became available, we can now purchase these vehicles under the grant money, saving the city money and putting that ARPA money back towards another use.
Thank you. So for clarification, it says Ford Police Interceptor. Why do you think that was put in there?
I think that's commonly how these vehicles come equipped, but in this case, talking with Mike Grant, the fleet manager, then there's no special equipment on these things. They're more akin to a Ford Explorer, but they will have warning lights and things like that on them, not regular police lights.
So they are the Ford Explorers that are also utilized, or we usually see as a police vehicle?
But without the police equipment.
But without the police equipment needed for it.
The benefit of these was that they're hybrid, so they were eligible under the grant. If we went with the Escapes, they're not eligible for any grant money. There's also, with the total being about $95,000 under these 2, there's an option to have a 3rd vehicle added. There's about $36,000 remaining on the grant, and some of the fully electric vehicles are available underneath that amount, right around $32,000. So we'll likely come back to you in a month or so once we get information on that and have an actual vehicle to purchase.
Thank you, Director. For clarification, before I go to the committee, Solicitor, the bid itself on our documents says police intercept. Do we have to worry about that, or do we have to amend?
Sorry, I had to step out of the room for a second. Could you?
Certainly, I can clarify. So
the bid, this was the name of the bid that was published originally. But
yes,
we
sir.
are electing an option within it that is not an interceptor.
Yes. It is a Ford utility vehicle that is not going to be police equipped. So it's the one that usually looks like what our police purchase, but it will not be a police interceptor vehicle. But in the specifics of the bid, it specifically says 2023 police interceptor utility.
Just for what it's worth on the estimate, that is the product description also.
Okay.
Matches the title on the
Thank you.
on the bid.
If you want to proceed, I'll give me a
absolutely.
second.
Thank you. So if you don't mind, Director, if I could ask, Major Sullivan, because I just want, maybe this will help clear it up. Major Sullivan, I'm going to put you on the spot, and I apologize about that.
Just two quick clarifications.
Yes, please.
While I'm up here. So the recommendation letter did not mention the police part of it. It did
Yep.
represent the interceptors. But the other thing is we're going to share one of the interceptors with the building department because they have a need as well. So we're going to work out a schedule. But
Nice.
it won't be a vehicle that's used solely by my department.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Major, if you don't mind, just identify. I want to ask you a quick question.
Major Andy Sullivan. For the
Thank you
police
so
department.
much.
Thank you.
Is it the vehicle, just for clarification for description, and maybe this will help us, and my number one concern is that we have on the bid, and it seems like a petty thing, but we have on the bid the purchase 2023 Ford Police Interceptor utility hybrids. They didn't say like a particular model. I understand that when you purchase your vehicles for your department, they come under the term Interceptor. Is that the brand of the vehicle, if you don't mind, or like when you so do you buy the base model of the vehicle and then you do additives?
This particular, the Interceptor they build particularly, especially for the police officers, for police departments. That doesn't necessarily mean they couldn't be sold to another non-police entity. They're just not equipped with the barrier for the back seat and various other components. All in all, it basically comes down to being a V6 Ford Explorer.
A V6, that this one's hybrid. Do you have any hybrid vehicles on
We have two. We just acquired two recently.
Okay. Thank you so much. So that was the description I was looking for, like what makes it this name. So the name seems a little deceiving, but the branding seems a little deceiving, but it's kind of like another way of just calling, if you will, Taurus an Interceptor.
Basically, that's how I interpret it. I don't think...
Understood. Thank
Yeah.
you so much,
Thank
Major. Are there questions from members of the committee before we go on?
Just one or
Councilman
two.
Gebhardt.
Thank you. So I noticed that the original bid was printed out here for us. Are we going to take any action on this bid for the old the prior approved vehicles?
So your question is, will the two prior vehicles?
Yeah, will we just cancel this or?
So
Yeah, it's number 10. We're gonna,
Okay.
that's gonna
To-
be added.
to
So we're gonna, we just, when we get to that item, we'll get to that item. So for now, we'll address that when we get there. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sounds good.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Any question? Oh, sorry.
I'll just say kudos on finding the grant that lets us purchase these.
Well, I have to give credit to the finance department and Matt Clarkin, and Peter. But we were more than happy to go that route.
Great, thank you.
And for my clarification, you got this grant, and part of the purpose of the grant was to buy hybrid or electric vehicles. And because these two vehicles that you're looking to purchase that are identified as police interceptors are hybrid, they qualify under the grant. So this is, as you mentioned, this is being purchased under the grant, not the ARPA funds.
Correct.
So therefore, this is okay. Thank you. Questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I also just wanted to point out that nowadays, when looking at utility hybrid vehicles, we're looking at a total price contract award of slightly under $95,000 for two vehicles. And so just generally speaking, just based on my general knowledge of how much new hybrid vehicles tend to go for nowadays, that seems quite reasonable. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Director.
Good evening.
So on this vehicle, what is a Wayland Amber hideaways in rear, Wayland eons and grill amber and single switch for lights. What is all that stuff?
These were warning lights that were added at the recommendation of the fleet manager, Michael Grant. Because we often are parked on the side of the road while we're looking at properties, he wanted to make sure that we had some safety precautions. Because these don't have the lights the police department would typically have, he asked that these lights, just regular warning lights, be added.
So I don't understand it. So right now, are you suggesting that these two vehicles are already in the process, that these things have already been added to this vehicle?
No, they're added on your quote, but they're not added. Nobody's building the vehicle yet. These are very similar. You're going to see later on in the bid package, us coming back in front of you for the
Right.
two Ford Escapes that were approved to put the same lights on it, because when Mike initially spec'd those out, he didn't add the warning lights, and he felt it was a safety issue and they should have them.
Why would there be a safety issue? I mean, what's the difference when someone from the building department or the minimum housing people or anyone else for that matter that's on the road, you pull up to a property, you either park in the driveway or, you park on the side of the road. You've got the warning flashes, right? They flash in the front, they flash in the back. I don't understand what's happening with some of this spending. I just think that some of this spending is really getting out of control. Now, this grant, you said that this grant wouldn't apply to a Ford Escape, a hybrid Ford Escape. Why wouldn't it?
Well, it's not necessarily a hybrid Ford Escape, because what we had to do was find hybrid vehicles that were non-plug-in, because we don't have enough charging stations. And even when the 4 charging stations get installed, if we had 4 vehicles just from my department that were taking up those spaces, that would kind of defeat the purpose. To address the other issue, our process is quite a bit different from what the building inspector might do. Normally, they will pull on the property. They will pull in the driveway. A lot of our work is done from the roadway. So we're a safety issue on the roadway. And I'm going to defer to the fleet manager and his knowledge of what's happened with similar vehicles that were in the roadway, and his recommendation to make sure that our employees and the public stay safe.
So when you're doing this inspection, that's, mostly from the road, are you folks wearing a reflective safety vest?
No, typically they're going to stay in the car for certain procedures. So one of the things we do is what's called a tangible situs visit. We're going to go by each business, and sometimes those businesses are in residential areas, sometimes they're not, and confirm that that business is still active. We do that a couple of times per year, but that's generally done from the roadway, so we're not pulling in and out of somebody's individual driveway.
So does that mean that if this is approved, does that mean that all of the other city cars, let's say in minimum housing, in the building department, in the water department, in the sewer department, in the school department, well, not so much the school department, we don't really control what they do. Does that mean all those other vehicles are going to have to be equipped with the warning lights?
I can't answer that. I would defer to
Right.
Mike Grant, but he's the one that recommended this. I do believe that the Ford Escapes that the building department purchased have those same lights. But again, their
And-
process is a little bit different and might not be as necessary.
Do you believe that the Ford Escapes have a hybrid version? that's
No,
like this?
Mike spent a lot of time, and I did my own research. It's very difficult to find a non-plug-in hybrid. So a lot of the hybrids that are out there require us to plug in. And so again, Mike spent a lot of time. This is what he came up with that would qualify under the grant. And it's grant money, so it saves the ARPA money for a better purchase for the city.
The hybrid version, I've done a little research on it as well. The life of that battery, by the way, is this car a 1 battery or a 2?
I believe it's just a 1. This is just a hybrid. It's mainly a gasoline vehicle. That's one of the reasons why the fleet manager liked it. They don't have any experienced people to maintain fully electric vehicles yet. It's kind of a new territory for the city. But this is very similar to what they maintain on a daily basis now. So the battery is probably a little bit larger. But it's not like you would find in a typical all-electric vehicle where those batteries are much, much larger and heavier.
And some of the vehicles have 2 batteries in them. And the battery life on these things could, depending upon the amount of use, and I'm sure these vehicles are not going to be on the road like on a daily basis, right? It's going to be more during, the reevaluation time.
Well,
So it's not like you're on the road every day.
that's daily. We plan to have 5 appraisers out in the field every day.
And the batteries, they have a lifespan. It could be anywhere from 8 years to 100,000 miles. It's somewheres in that range. But to replace them, they could be anywhere from 1,800 to 8,000.
I don't think that's the type of vehicle we're looking at here. This vehicle would function on fully gasoline powered fuel.
Right.
So
Like a Jeep. Like a Jeep. A Jeep can function, because I been looking at them. I almost bought one, but I decided not to because of a lot of this stuff with the cost of repairs and the cost of maintenance, et cetera, on those hybrid vehicles. And the Jeep has the same thing. It's got, you can run on electric power, battery power, you can run on gas. So
the electric power on this hybrid is not a long range. It's a very short range. So I don't think the battery is that large, or I don't think there's 2 batteries. But again, it's going to function even without the electric capability that it has. But you don't get this vehicle if you don't have that component. So you have to spend the city's money rather than the grant money.
and there's going to be about 36,000. You said the grant's 131,000. Can this
Correct.
grant be used for something else, by the way, as opposed to this? Can it be used for anything else besides these
No.
2 vehicles?
It was an incentive to purchase fully electric or hybrid electric non-plug-in vehicles.
And what happens with the 36,000 that's left?
Well, we have a quote for a Chevy Bolt, which is a fully electric. Talking with Mike Grant, they're looking to gain the experience on that technology at some point. So it would be a good way for them to ease into it with one vehicle and see how it goes. There's going to be a warranty period on that vehicle, but that will be in front of you at a later date, probably next month.
What do you mean ease into it with one vehicle?
Well, the department that he runs maintains all of our fleet vehicles. So they have to have the knowledge and experience in that department to be able to maintain whatever vehicles we purchase. He initially looked at the all-electric vehicles when we first found out about the grant and said they didn't have enough expertise on that to guarantee that they could properly maintain those vehicles for us. And he recommended that we look at the hybrids because they function and they can be maintained. They have oil in them. They get the same maintenance schedule that a regular gasoline vehicle does. So again, this is his recommendation, but it also meets the requirements of the grant.
And what about the 60,000 or close to it that's left from the original allocation for the 4 Ford Edges?
That will be up to the administration and the finance department, but from what I've been told, it'll go back into the available money to be used for other opera-related and approved purchases.
It'll go back into other opera-related purchases.
So I believe the last update you got was in January as far as the use of the remaining ARPA funds. The next update that you get, I don't know the timing of when that will be, that's up to Peter, but the next update will probably have an alternate use of those funds since we don't need to use them for the vehicles.
It's funny you mention that because I just requested that last week. Just requested that very thing last week. And down the bottom of this estimate, it says that under special instructions, it says this estimate is for budgetary purposes and not a guarantee of cost for services. So are we to assume that this price of $94,943 is not locked in stone? There could potentially be a different price one way or another?
No, it's locked in stone. I think that's just the typical terminology that they put on their quotes. This was a vehicle that Mike had pulled out of a grant. I believe it was through the state of Massachusetts. So it's a set bid that was already held where we can get the vehicle for that price. It's probably just a boilerplate template that they used.
Thank you,
it also
Councilman. You hit
says
the 10 minutes. I was going to ask if
subtotal.
there were any other council members that had a question. Any other council members that had a question?
Can I finish the question I started asking?
You hit the 10-minute mark. When you were at the last question, you went
Oh.
over while he answered it. I will ask members of this committee if they would like to allocate more time, if there's a motion.
I'll move to let the councilman ask his last question.
Second.
We have a motion for the councilman to ask his final question. Are there any,
Thank you.
may I have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. We have a motion, a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Sorry, Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you. It says upfit subtotal, $1,325. What is an upfit subtotal? What is that?
I believe that's the light package that you had inquired about earlier.
That's in here already. It's $900, $950. That's already in here. It's a $450 item for one of the three I mentioned, $450 for another, and $50 for another. So that's already in there. Down at the bottom of this page, it has upfit subtotal, $1,325.
So I have to believe that's the total installation, including the city seals that they're going to put on the vehicles and you know, to get it ready to ship out the door.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from members of the council? Any further questions from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Hi, Director.
Good evening.
I just want to, I mean, we don't get much information anymore. There's not barely not even 3 pages. One is just the title. But the first 2 cars was $60,000. Now, and we voted on 4. But now we're getting these 2 for, well, $94,943, like $95,000 for these 2. And I know a councilman took a few of my questions because first of all, I wanted to know if that energy efficiency could be used any other way, but no, it had to be used on the cars.
Correct.
I just think it's crazy that we're going from 60,000 for 2, and then we're going to get 2 different ones for 95,000. And I could just see maybe other departments pulling this down the road, and you know, 95,000 is still a lot of money.
Yep.
And you know, even though it's a grant, I don't think just because it's a grant we should say, oh well, we don't care. It's not our money. It's still money that the city could be doing other stuff with. So that bothers me. I don't feel comfortable with 2.
Well, just to
for
clarify,
60.
you did not approve 4 vehicles last time. When Peter came in front of the committee with the updated budget for the opera funds, that was for 4 vehicles for $120,000. That was approved. Then when we came in front of the finance committee last time, it was to purchase 2 of those vehicles.
I understand
because
that.
there was only 2 that were available at the time, and we were looking for additional vehicles. But to clarify, for the city, this actually puts $60,000 back into the city funds where we can use for other purposes, where this grant could solely be used to buy cars.
I understand that. All righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions from members of this council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Next on the item is bid 2024-401, police ballistic vests for police officers. This is found on page 4. Good evening, Major.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is requesting $50,000 in spending authority for the ballistic vest bid that is scheduled to expire on March 31st, 2024. We anticipate a minimum of 28 total current and new officers requiring new vests during this 1-year bid cycle, which goes from April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. If approved, funding for this purchase would continue to be made from the Police Operating Budget Code 30-260, miscellaneous police gear, and uniforms.
Thank you, Major. And for clarification, well, not clarification, for reiteration, this is contractual, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is 100% for the safety of the officers that serve our city.
Yes.
Thank you. Questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
The next item is bid 2024-364, police purchase of patrol rifles. Oh, correction, I apologize. We have now hit the part where I'm going to ask for if there's any items that members of this committee, the council, and the public would like to pull for discussion from this bid packet. So I'll give everyone a moment, and then I will go through the committee, then the council, then the public. I will ask the committee, is there any item on this bid package that they would like to discuss? Councilman Foley.
Item 2024-370, which is number 5 on our list.
That is firefighting vessel maintenance and repairs? Correct. Thank you so much. Is there any other items that members of this committee would like to discuss? I would like to discuss item number 10, which is bid 2024-363. Assessors purchase a 2023 Ford Escape. That is found on page 25. Are there any items on this docket that members of the council would like to discuss? Are there any items that members of the public would like to discuss? Thank you. We'll now begin with go in order. So we will start with item number 5, bid 2024-370, firefighting vessel maintenance and repairs. This is found on page 12. Good evening. Please identify.
Good evening, Captain Justin Vale with the Fire Department.
Thank you, Captain. Councilman Foley, you have the floor.
Thank you. Captain, excuse me. Is this the vessel that I was fortunate enough to take a tour with this last summer?
Yes, it is. This is our primary firefighting vessel, Marine 4, our 36-footer.
And is this the annual maintenance, getting it ready for the season?
It is. This is a combination of annual maintenance, but also some other items that, given the age of the vessel, the number of hours on the vessel, some things that need to take priority that we need to start addressing now before it becomes a larger issue down the road.
And what is the age of the vehicle?
It was originally built in 2009. In its current status now and its configuration now, it was refit in 2015.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions for members of this committee? Any questions, comments from members of the council for the captain? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. What's the size of Marine 4?
It's a 36-foot aluminum vessel.
Center console type,
No, it has a full pilot house on it.
full pilot house?
Yep.
Is this inboard or outboards?
This is twin diesel inboards with water jet propulsion.
With what, please? Jet propulsion?
Water jet propulsion. Yep.
And have these, back up, how many hours on those engines?
We have approximately 850 hours on both motors at this time.
850 hours on the engines?
That is correct.
And what makes you feel that the heat exchangers and the air coolers need to be overhauled?
So typically with a vessel of this style with diesel motors that have what's called charge air coolers, being a diesel engine, and then heat exchangers, which enable the engines to cool and stay in a closed cooling system, meaning it uses fresh water to cool the motor and it uses salt water to cool the freshwater coolant, keeping the two of them separate. Obviously, with a marine environment, any items of that nature that are metal in design, that have gaskets in that design, and that use copper tubing as a means of cooling both the air and the freshwater cooling system, they become corroded. And over time, each year, we annually clean those systems with a flushing system. But over time, as the corrosion starts to attack those components, you risk small leaks and small penetrations, at which point, if those were to rupture and fail, you'd be introducing salt water into the engines, which should salt water enter one of those engines, you'd be looking at in the vicinity of $100,000 just to replace a single engine. So about this point in its life, based on recommendations with the manufacturer, based on recommendations with other vessels like it, this is a service that should be completed in order to make sure the integrity of those items is still intact so that we don't have an issue down the road. This particular service is complex. It requires first testing the units, disassembling them and testing them and cleaning them to make sure that they don't fail. But then again, on the flip side, if they do fail, you're looking at a substantial cost in the parts themselves. So by us removing the heat exchanger and the charge air coolers and testing them, we'll be able to ascertain if they need to be replaced and have to be replaced, or if they'll be fine to continue on with the service of the engines.
What's the brand of those engines?
They are Iveco motors. They're an Italian motor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with everything that you said. I actually have twin inboards with heat exchangers and air coolers. And as a matter of fact, I had to have both of those items serviced. And the cost was nowhere near 15 grand. Nowhere near it. As a matter of fact, my heat exchangers, I think they had to be replaced. That's one of the things that concerns me with some of these things that come before us for bids, because as Councilwoman Travis said, it's very difficult to get backup information from anybody about these type of things. Have you gotten an estimate from someone who is certified to work on these engines to do an overhaul of the heat exchangers and charge the air coolers? You're not looking to replace them. You're saying
Correct.
Overhaul the heat exchangers and charge the air coolers. Do you have a written estimate from a certified mechanic to do those?
I don't have a written estimate from it, but when the package did come back for us to review, I did reach out to the vendor to kind of get an idea of where the cost was coming from to better make sense for me. I was provided with the cost of the servicing of the heat exchangers themselves, should they not require replacement, which in this case was, just give me 1 second here to flip through my pages. So to remove each one of the heat exchanger and air coolers for each motor, looking at approximately eight hours in labor. The service separate from that, to dismantle, clean, test, and reassemble each individual heat exchanger and air cooler, you're looking at approximately $1,400 for that service on the air cooler and approximately $700 a piece for that type of service on the heat exchanger. So when you look at the number of 15,000, thinking that's just for those heat exchangers, I just want to clarify, there's other services within this as well. I'm not sure if you're looking at all those services combined or just the heat exchangers and air coolers together.
Well, as I say, based upon my experience with this particular vessel for 20 years, I just think that's a very high number to do what you have to do. Now, this vessel, who does the winterizing on this vessel?
This vessel stays in the water year round. It does
So it
not.
stays in year round?
Yeah, it does not get winterized. Correct.
And what procedures are being done to this vessel while it's in the water year round?
So in the water, when it's in the water year round, it has coolant circulator pumps that heat up the coolant of each motor up to 100 degrees. The two motors, when at temperature, are enough to keep the engine room, which is only a small, I want to say maybe 10 by 7 area with about 3 foot of headspace. So we're not talking about a lot of square footage. That's enough to keep the entire engine room warm, which includes all of your raw water intake components, your raw water filters, and all the other components within the engine room. And then on the inside of the vessel, we have a small electric heater, which keeps the temperature of the inside of the vessel up roughly around 60 degrees. So that's what's kind of keeping, that's the winterization aspect of it for when it's not in use.
So the boat's plugged in year round?
That is correct.
And is the water aerated? So there's no freezing going on around this vessel?
Typically, if that is required, the marina will provide it. However, for the last 3 to 5 years, we have not had that issue down at the marina with the water freezing in the cove.
In your position paper, it says the department, well, I don't know if it's you, but someone is saying the department is preparing for the worst case scenario in which all 4 units require replacement. When you say all 4 units, 2 air coolers and 2 heat exchangers?
That is correct.
So that's where this number is coming up to the high side.
That is
It's
correct.
with the potential to replace both units on both engines.
Yes, correct. For 2 heat exchangers, you're looking at about $4,600 with some room for shipping to get the parts over here. And then for 2 air coolers, you're looking at approximately $10,500 for both of those. Now, the thing also to consider with this is that should a heat exchanger fail, should an air cooler fail, we're getting some of the labor back on the reassembly that would go towards those repairs on those units if they fail. So that's why I say at the beginning of this is a complicated thing to try and to price out. So we're figuring for the worst case scenario, this is what we would be looking at if we had to replace both units on each engine. That's the worst case scenario. One of the sister boats in Providence had a similar service done like this, same age, outfit the same way. They had the service done last year. They only had to replace 1 heat exchanger. So I'm not anticipating that we're going to need to spend that maximum. But in the event that we have to, we're looking for that authorization to do so.
Have you had any issues with the heat exchangers or the air coolers, any type of leaking or any type of indication that there's been problems with them? Or have you had to perform any service on them in recent years? These are 2015 units, you said?
That's correct.
Okay.
The only issues we've had with them are some light water leaks around where the hose clamps would be securing to the heat exchangers themselves. I am a little concerned about the heat exchangers starting to show some excessive corrosion on the outside, particularly where the cooling coil, which if to kind of put it in a little picture in your mind, think about you're holding a pound of spaghetti in your hand, and each piece of spaghetti is a piece of copper pipe. That copper pipe, that pack slides into the housing of the heat exchanger, slides into the housing of the air cooler. Should that leak around those gaskets where the water is starting to come in contact with everything else, that's what's concerning me quite a bit. But at the same time, I know that with saltwater corrosion and dissimilar metals in contact with each other, you're going to speed up that process with electrolysis, with electricity flowing through the water, sacrificial anodes not doing their job properly. Those are all things that concern me, which is why we're trying to aggressively approach this now so that down the road, I'm not standing here looking for authorization to spend $100,000 on a motor.
I thank you for your detailed presentation. Obviously, you know what you're talking about. And I don't disagree with your intentions. I just think that the price is rather high and would ask you to keep a real good eye on that. But I also agree with the results of not doing the proper maintenance on that, because the cost could be substantially higher.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. Thank you for your detailed description. Good job.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from members of this council? Are there any questions, comments from members of the public? Members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Captain. The next item is item number 10, bid 2024-363. This is found on page 25. Good evening.
Good evening, Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing.
Thank you. I wanted to give you an opportunity to explain this. I know that there was conversation previously. So these are the two vehicles, for my clarification, that were already purchased. We authorized the purchase, and in your earlier description, because the bid is on before us now, in your earlier description, you said that you were looking to put lights on these as you are doing with the two vehicles that are being, or that you are seeking to purchase with the grant money. So you plan on doing the same lighting system to be installed on these?
Correct. When Mike Grant went to actually put the order through, he realized he hadn't included that in the bid specs, and he felt it was a safety and a liability issue for the city. So if something does happen and we're out there, not only is it the safety of our employees and the public, but also potential liability for the city if we don't have this equipment.
Thank you. And I have to say, I find it beneficial when there's a car on the side, and if it's going to be parked, or not only for the safety of the worker, which helps keep costs down, but also this alertness to the drivers, where they see a parked car flashing, they understand that the car is functioning, doing a job, if you will. There's
Correct.
a purpose. Thank you. Give me one moment. And this is being paid for by ARPA funds, this additional.
That's correct. Since the vehicles were, this is just added on to the opera funds.
Okay, thank you. In the amount of $2,070. So you went from possibly spending an additional $60,000 to $2,070.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. This cost of $2,070, is that all in? Is that everything's installed, or do we have to send this out to be installed?
No, that's an installed price.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Members of the public. May I have a motion on PCR? Of course, I go to it, I say it, and then 22-24.
Move favorable action.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Don't go too far, Neil.
Right.
May I have an acceptance for the minutes for the committee meeting held on February 26, 2024? I will move favorable action. All in favor?
Abstain.
Two favorable, one abstention. Next is PCR 23-24, resolution relative to abatements.
Good evening.
Director. Good evening.
Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. This month, we have abatements in front of you in the amount of $2,053.05. There's only two of them. One was a border review adjustment that I actually recommended because we had found out some information about the condominium unit prior to the hearing. And the other one was a disabled vet that had applied within the ordinance timeframe, which is December 15th, but he wasn't able to get the paperwork in until recently. So now we're coming in front of you for that as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? May I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The time is now 5:51 and the Warwick Finance Committee is closed. Well done,
Well
indeed.
done, good and noble servants.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The next committee to me is the Public Safety Committee meeting, and that can start at 6:10. So we will see you back here at 6:10.
Safety Committee comes to order at 6:10. The first order of business is acceptance of minutes from committee meeting held on February 5th. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain. The next item is PCR 2424, resolution relative to claims. First item on that is acceptance of minutes from committee meeting held on December 4th, 2023. Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
First item, first claim is Betty Belmore. I asked the liaison to forward out to all the members the letter from Eric Earl explaining the change in recommendation and why, because of the claimant had reached out in a timely manner, and it was just getting the forms back and forth via mail. So, any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public? The recommendation is to approve. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve in the amount of $300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I didn't mess up my order. Excuse me 1 second, gentlemen. The second claim is by Amy Chauvin. The recommendation is to approve. Any questions from the committee? Councilman Ricks.
So I reviewed this one, and one thing that stood out to me is that the difference in the price of these tires is something like $7 or $8, but we're seeing a large difference between the amount of the invoice and the amount of the estimates, because on the estimates, we're only looking at the cost of the tire, as at least as stated on the agenda. It does appear that in at least one of the estimates, there does seem to be a quote of installation of $20 per tire. $20 for that tire is what was in fact paid on that invoice for the installation. The estimates also did not factor in the 7% sales tax, and then they didn't factor in the $3.50 for the old tire disposal charge. So what I did was and one other item on the invoice was that there is a warranty on the tire. City of Warwick isn't responsible for paying that warranty, in my opinion. So taking a look at the lowest estimate, adding 7% for sales tax, then adding these last two amounts not subject to sales tax, $20 for installation and $3.50 for disposal of the old tire, I get the number $193.62, as opposed to that lowest estimate of $158.99, still lower than the invoice of $231.29. So at the appropriate time, I would intend after comment, to move in the amount of 193.62.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public? So do we have a motion?
Yes. Move favorable action in the amount of 193.62.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
The next is Matthew Cloutier, and the amount is to approve in the amount of $300. Any questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve $300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is Linda Costa. Again, a recommendation to approve. Any questions from the committee, council, public? On motion?
To approve $300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Joe DeMayo. Any questions from the committee? I do. The recommendation is for $300, but the low estimate is $279.99. We'll address that with a motion, maybe? I'll get that to you, all right? You do a little research while we're sitting here. Any questions from the council? From the public? I'm waiting for my colleague to assist me. It might be the same situation.
Pardon me, one moment.
Yep. Because I don't think the Bridgestone did the same thing. I think they did the same thing. Nothing got added in but the tire. Yeah, see, that's just the tire price.
Yeah, thank you.
So do we have a motion?
Right. Based on reviewing the documents briefly, it appears that that low estimate of slightly under $300 is not accounting for the sales tax disposal. So just those two items alone would push it up over the maximum of $300. Therefore, I would move to approve in the amount of $300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just keeping my notes. Randy Miller, again, the motion is to approve. We have the same situation though, but do any comments from the committee? From the council? From the public? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve $300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Why am I short? Oh, I know why. Shoot. All right, the next one is Colleen Moretti. Any questions from the committee? Comments from the council? Comments from the public? I would like a moment here for a second. I looked at this and I'm not, I had to refresh my memory. They printed front to back. That's what's throwing me off here. Town fair. Yeah. My understanding is the town fair tire invoice is what was paid by the claimant, and it incorporates the alignment, the sensors, and all the other bells and whistles. So that came to $345.73, but that's why the max is $300, and that's why that's what the recommendation is. So I'm making a recommendation to approve in the amount of $300. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The last one is David Pickering. I reached out to Director Earl. One of the things that jumped out at me was the timeline, but that was explained because it was so involved and there were so many pieces and steps, and eventually it got done, and it was the city's responsibility. Any questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Seeing none. Oh, question.
I'll just briefly comment that I also reviewed this, and I'd like to thank you for doing the due diligence, asking those questions of the department head. I'll let you, and pardon me, I'll let you finish before I make any motion.
I'm done.
Thank you. In that case, move to approve in the amount of $1,950.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That concludes the Public Safety Committee at 6:20. Good work, team. Sounds good. I like when they're straightforward, heavy. Yeah. Wait. I didn't bother with clarification on this, but you see this? Estimate K Electric? It's not K Electric. Come on. It's not K Electric. It's B and K Electric. Just tell me. I just showed you. Oh, thank you. You know how you look quick at things? Yeah. I saw the K. Yeah. K Electric, there is a company, K Electric. Yeah, I know. So you know better than me. Yeah, I know. I know exactly. I used to teach there. Hendricken.
What's that? It is now 6:22 PM and the Intergovernmental Committee is now in session. The first order of business is the acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on January 3rd, 2024. Do I hear a motion?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The first item on the agenda is PCR 7-24, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to enact legislation amending state law to provide the mayor of the city of Warwick with an appointment to the Rhode Island Airport Corporation Board of Directors. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I believe that this is a very important piece. As we know, the city of Warwick, in the middle of our city, we have the airport here, and it affects every part of our city. And there's a board that oversees it, and I think it's critical that a Warwick representative is on that board. Now, when this first came, we did some research on this. There was always a Warwick representative, someone who lives in Warwick, which I think is very important. And we haven't had that in a long time. So what this would do, this would authorize the mayor of the city of Warwick to nominate somebody from the city of Warwick that lives in Warwick, so understands the impact that this has on here. So I am asking my colleagues to support this. Mayor Picozzi supports this. His chief is here as well. I know Chairman Howe is a sponsor of this as well. He talked to the mayor extensively on this. This is a very important board that has huge decision-making authority, and to not have someone from the city of Warwick on that is a detriment to our city. So we need to have someone that can speak for us on that board. They deal with the FAA, they deal with the state, and they deal with the city. So let's put someone on that can represent the citizens of Warwick, someone that is impacted every day, just like everyone here. You wake up, we hear the planes. You go to bed, you hear the planes. Everything that goes along, good and bad, with the airport. So I ask all my colleagues this evening to support this, and I know the Chief of Staff is here, and Chairman Howe is the sponsor as well. We'd love to get other co-sponsors as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, do you have a comment on this?
Sure, Chairman. Thank you. Aaron Mackesy, Mayor's Chief of Staff. The Mayor is just requesting the entire council support for this item tonight. It's a vitally important issue. As you know, we've had several matters come before the city vis-a-vis the Rhode Island Airport Corporation that the mayor has been engaging with the board and the chairman of that board and the executive director to get resolution for the residents of Warwick on. While the mayor's been able to raise his voice both to that board, to the governor, to other statewide leaders to get the best deal possible for Warwick. What the city doesn't have at its disposal is a member, is a Warwick resident on that board. As the legislation before you indicates, previously 1991, 1992 through 2011, the mayor of the city of Warwick had an appointment to this board, which was taken away through General Assembly legislation in 2011. So really what we're seeking is just a re-implementation of the previous status quo to allow the mayor to make an appointment, and by that way have somebody who will be able to bring Warwick's voice to that board with all vital issues that come before them. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee?
I would just like to be added as co-sponsor.
Okay, anyone else on the council like that?
I'd like to be added, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Okay, I think everyone on the council would like to be added as a sponsor. Any questions or comments from the committee? From the committee. Any questions or comments from the council? Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to reiterate what the president said to the chief, this is a good addition as it simply adds not only a voice of Warwick, but the human aspect. That is no harmful wording meant towards RIAC. They have a business to run. They have to look at a bottom line as well as the productivity of an airport. But it is the city of Warwick that is affected by the growth and the operations of the airport. So to have a citizen on that board to represent the city and their neighbors within the city of Warwick adds that human touch, and I think that's what needs to be put back into the RIAC board. So I want to thank the council president. I want to thank the administration and my colleagues for graciously stepping up and co-sponsoring this. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Chairman. Chief, how many people currently serve on this board?
I believe it's a 7-member board, if I'm correct, either 7 or 9, but I believe it's 7.
And do you know from, or what the 7 members, where do the 7 members live? Where do they work? Do we know anything about those 7
Sure.
members?
So I'm sorry to jump on the tail end of your question there. The 7-member board, their names as well as biographical information on them is available on RIAC's website. But to answer what I believe your question really is, as there's no rhyme or reason when it comes to the requirements of their residency. They are appointees of the governor with advice and consent of the Senate. For instance, one member of their board is a former mayor of Cranston. It's not it's not based on residency other than being a
Right.
Rhode Islander.
So will this board remain a 7-member board, assuming the General Assembly supports our request and the mayor gets an appointment to the board? Does this board remain a 7-member board with the mayor's appointment, or is this going to have to go to a 9-person board?
My understanding of the legislation that's been introduced by Representative McNamara up at the State House is that it would remain a 7-member board. Obviously, that might go through some changes and edits when it gets to the legislative process up there. But as it's written now, remain as a 7-member board.
Well, I signed on to it as a co-sponsor because I think it's a great idea. Personally, I think we should have more than one person, seeing as Warwick owns it all.
We would agree.
The other issue is that this airport corporation, from our perspective, Warwick's perspective, essentially has gone unchecked because we haven't had a person on that board. There's a big difference between hearing and reading minutes of a meeting than having someone sitting at the table delivering what the real message is. And it's, I think it's a great move on the mayor's part to push this forward. And I certainly would love to see something coming before us at some point to maybe tweak this a little bit more. But on this one, Chief, we agree.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
I know the mayor is very, very grateful for Representative McNamara up at the State House for putting in this legislation. Obviously, representing the city of Warwick, we'd rather see, all 7 or certainly more than 1 on the board. But in this instance, we will certainly take the representation that we can get.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Any other questions or comments from the public?
Good evening, Sergeant Major. Sergeant James Torres, U.S. Army retired, 4080 Post Road. I'm like in a bad, I don't want to word this wrong. I plan on running for mayor next election cycle, but I would like try to be on this board if it's possible for the airport. I was advised not to join any mayor-appointed committees. Oh, I'm sorry. I was advised not to join any mayor-appointed committees if I'm going to try to run for mayor. But I think this is very important for the city of Warwick, and I would like to be considered for that position. Where would I apply for this?
Sure. So as the legislation not be enacted by the General Assembly yet, there is no process by which the mayor would solicit recommendations of individuals for the board. But it's the mayor's practice to post both on the city website and on his Facebook to anybody who's interested in joining boards and commissions. So at such a time that the General Assembly acts on the legislation, I would say just be on the lookout for that.
Roger. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
The second item on the agenda is PCR 20-24, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to enact legislation exempting from taxation the real property and the tangible personal property of the Rhode Island Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Councilman Sinapi.
So this is similar to the effort regarding the Center for Mediation, and obviously the organization in question speaks for itself. The executive director is here too to address any questions you may have. And obviously I'd urge passage.
Any other questions from the committee?
I'd be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Absolutely. Okay. I would also, anyone else from the council? Oh, any other comments from the council? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you. I'll repeat, I think some of the comments I made the last time we heard an item such as this. I think last time I raised that, there was concern that, we'd see more nonprofit entities come before us. I think the point of this action is not to debate the merits of the work that any of these nonprofits do. It's all exemplary and exceptional. But as was pointed out previously, the properties in question are owned by private landholders and private entities. In most cases, I'm not sure the exact arrangement here, but we run the risk of continuing to erode the property tax base by allowing these exemptions. So I remain opposed. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council?
Thank you. This is something where on a similar item that was before the council last year, I did vote in favor. This is also something where I can see the merits of Councilman Gebhardt's position. And naturally, this organization serves the state as a whole. So while I am undecided at this time, I want to hear from the organization, hear from members of the public, hear comments from the rest of the council. I did want to express that as we continue to see more organizations come forward, that similar thought is occurring to me, that there should be a certain point at which the city and city council would need to draw a line, perhaps establish some more particular criteria as to the nonprofits that we would or wouldn't tend to offer these types of exemptions to. I do have one question for the city council solicitor. So this resolution, it would seek to exempt real property as well as the tangible property. Would it be possible to exempt the tangible property without exempting the real property? That is, the tangible property owned by the nonprofit organization without necessarily exempting the real property owned by the private party.
Thank you, Councilman. The resolution before you this evening is a request of the Assembly to grant certain exemptions. So it is in the discretion of you to what we are asking the legislature to do or not do. I would note, however, that last year the General Assembly did enact a tangible tax reform which exempts for all taxpayers with reimbursement to the municipalities. All businesses are now exempt up to 50,000 in the taxable level. So it may not be, it may be moot to take any other action dividing it from what we're doing. But without knowing the exact circumstances of this or any other nonprofit that comes before us, that exemption level is now going to be flowing through with reimbursements to the municipalities for the lost tangible revenue. So relief for businesses, but holding the municipalities compensated.
Thank you. And similarly, in their presentation, that would be something that I would be curious about, whether the tangible property may exceed $50,000 or if it is unlikely to exceed $50,000 currently or otherwise in the near future. Thank you.
Any other, Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I'm not going to take a position, yay and nay, on this right at this moment, in the interest of full disclosure, several years ago, actually more than several years ago, I was involved with the capital fundraising campaign for Elizabeth Buffum Chase House, which is part of this organization. And I also served on the board of directors of Elizabeth Buffum Chase House for, I think it was several years. But that does not prohibit or preclude me from making an informed, intelligent, rational decision on this legislation. I do share concerns with the rippling effect of this, as Councilman Gebhardt alluded to. And I recall going back to when I first got on the council and was serving with Councilwoman Vella Wilkinson, who was the finance chair at the time. She had actually put together a committee to review the impacts of some of the exempt properties from various nonprofits. And it came up more than once about the situation that exists in the city of Providence, where I think it's just under or just over, but it's a huge amount of their real estate is tax exempt because of a nonprofit entity having so much other properties that they own throughout the city tax exempt. And we have a lot of nonprofits here in the city. And as Councilman Gebhardt stated, I certainly have a tremendous respect and a high regard for what the Coalition Against Domestic Violence not only stands for, but what they do on a daily basis. But for me, I have to make decisions based upon what I think is in the best interests of everyone that I represent, not just directly in my ward, but throughout the city. And I do have a concern about the rippling effect of providing an exemption for a specific nonprofit and how that could impact the other nonprofits throughout the city. And I also have a concern that I don't believe that I've seen a fiscal note on this item either. But here again, there's oftentimes documents that I don't get in my binder. So if someone has a fiscal note, I would really like to see it. But I think that's very important for us to have not only what this could, how this could impact the city of Warwick, but if this were something that were expanded on, how would that impact the city of Warwick? And at the end of the day, how would it impact the 83,000 people that we represent? How would it impact them? And I don't know what the answer is to that. But to me, I think that's something that would be very important to know. So with that said, as Councilman Rick said, I'm going to kind of stand by, hear what my other colleagues have to say on this item, as well as members of the public or from the coalition themselves, and see where it goes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of have similar concerns as my colleagues have brought up. I do not think that City Council wants to be in the business of deciding which nonprofits is going to get it and which is not. And there's no one is debating that this organization or any other nonprofits that would come. We understand they have bills to pay and stuff like that. So every nonprofit is that. If we start this, we're going to see more and more. So I'm interested to hear. I know that there's residents that are here to speak on this, and I know the coalition themselves. I don't think any of us have any questions or any dispute about the great work that this organization does. Clearly, we want to support them in as many ways as possible. I do think a fiscal note is important to see on that. So we can talk about that more. In the committee or in the full council on if we want to move forward or if maybe we want to take a pause and do some more work on this and see who else may be eligible and the fiscal impact that could have as well. We might want to come up with some type of criteria or policy or anything like that. But I think the important thing is, no one is disputing the organization itself. We're just talking about the workings of the government and taxation as a whole, and how that goes through. I think that's what we're discussing this evening. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Sinapi, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just a reminder on some of the stuff that we discussed at the last time we had one of these. Well, the only other time we had one of these. The impact for one organization is minimal. Obviously, it is not wrong at all to point out that others might come forward. The calculus that Neil pointed out early on for the prior organization is still a good one to keep in mind, where it's you have to factor in the services they provided the community, the value thereof, as compared to the value in taxes lost. That's why all you've seen from me is Center for Mediation, given what they provide. It's a clear and obvious value. It's not really hard to deduce. Same with this entity. It's not complicated. They help thousands, Warwick residents included. And we're talking about services that might not otherwise be available for free, and therefore residents would be paying for it. And if that's the exact sort of thing we're trying to avoid, with the impact being so minimal for one entity to be tax exempt in this way, it's kind of a no-brainer. However, that doesn't mean that the concerns as far as of floodgates and whatnot are invalid. Far from it. I do think we have to be rather discerning when it comes to the entities that request. I'd be more than happy to discuss and even put forth, as far as requirements, actual criteria besides just the general calculus that Neil suggested early on. Fine with it. I'd also be happy to request the state to implement one too. Whatever works. I would caution as far as forestalling this particular entity, just because it would be rather arbitrary, given that we didn't put a block on any further ones after the Center for Mediation, so we could come up with the right criteria. We didn't put that on hold until we could, and there was no discussion thereof to require such. So I don't agree with the prospect of suddenly doing that here. While again, still not a bad idea as a general prospect, doesn't seem fair to implement here and now, as opposed to, okay, if this entity is approved, now from now on, we basically put all other potential ones on hold until we come up with criteria. Fine. That's not arbitrary. That's fair, because we cut it off for everybody. And obviously, if people want demonstration of the benefit to the community, the executive directors here can provide comments accordingly.
All set. Any questions or comments from the council? Questions or comments from the public? Is anyone here from the coalition?
Good evening, and thank you, Chairman and members of City Council, for allowing me to speak this evening in support of this resolution. My name is Lucy Rios. I'm the Executive Director of the Rhode Island Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and I appreciate all the comments about our organization. It's great to know that the community knows how we support survivors of domestic violence across the state. And as has been mentioned, we are made up of 10 member agencies, one of which is Elizabeth Bitham Chase, based right here in Warwick. The city of Warwick has been our home base since 1999. And it's really important for us to stay in Warwick because we have member agencies spread across the state. We provide a lot of training and technical assistance to our member agencies and to the general public. So being centrally located is one of the key criteria that our organization looks at to make sure that people can get to us and not have to drive more than 20, 25 minutes to a meeting. So I want to say that for the last 25 years, this is the first time that our organization received a tax bill from the city of Warwick. So we have not been receiving or paying taxes in the city as we've been operating here. And the reason for that was because we did move locations. So we were on Post Road, now we're on Bald Hill. And when we moved, we were looking for a little bit of a larger space so that we did not have to outsource, go to like libraries or different places for like larger gatherings, especially for our trainings. So we wanted a space that could accommodate our advocates and the public that attends some of our trainings more easily. And so we did, and the question that was asked around, will we exceed the $50,000? We will, because it won't depreciate that quickly. And we did purchase with the move a lot of furniture and especially training equipment. So from monitors to sound system, things like that. So I do believe that we will be above the 50,000 next year. So I wanted to just address that and start there. I took notes on some of the questions that were being posed, but please, I welcome additional questions. I also want to say that in terms of the benefits, it's already been said that we serve thousands of survivors of domestic violence across the state, including in the city of Warwick, which is true. Our member agencies provide those comprehensive services, and they range from residential to counseling to support groups to assistance for survivors that are going before the court, whether there is a criminal case being heard and they need support understanding how to navigate that system, or if they're going before the court to request an order of protection. We have advocates based in every courthouse in the state to provide that level of support, in addition to a 24-hour helpline that's a partnership between us, one of our member agencies, Blackstone Valley Advocacy Center, and Day One, the sexual assault organization for the state. And what's unique about that helpline feature that I think is important for folks to understand, that it's not just a 24-hour helpline. You can also reach us through an online text chat. But most importantly, we have a mobile response, which means if someone's a victim of a sexual assault or domestic violence crime, 2 a.m., they can call, the hospital can reach out to our helpline and request that an advocate be dispatched to the hospital if the survivor wants that. And that's really critical for someone who's just going through such a traumatic form of violence, to have someone there that's just there to support them, to advocate for what they want, and to be there with them as they're going through a very invasive sexual assault examination process. And so I think that's really important. These are the types of services that our network provides. And our role in the coalition is we work hand in hand with all of our member agencies to address any systems gaps that they are seeing as they're providing that direct support to families. So whether that is looking at policy changes or legislative changes, whether it's making sure that we're doing systems advocacy with TCYF or other entities to ensure that the response for victims of domestic violence improves, that is where we step in. That is the role of the coalition. In addition to providing training and capacity building for our membership and for the broader community, so that people not only know how to identify this issue, but know where the community resources are and how to access them. Again, I want to thank Councilman Sinapi for introducing this resolution, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. I tried to take notes as the comments were going around, but I hope I addressed some of the points or comments that were made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Amy and Sheridan. Without a doubt, what this organization done is absolutely necessary. I think they didn't have property tax or any taxes to pay in the past because their landlord was paying the taxes. So now this year they've moved into a larger facility. the landlord has entered into an agreement where the rent is rent plus taxes, a triple net, which is what most larger places do. So this group is leasing a portion of the building on Bald Hill Road that would give them at least a $7,000 tax credit every year. Now, I think if the city council believes that this group is so valuable to the city, that the city council could budget a gift, some sort of payment to this group to keep them here. But this is an operation of law. It's not an operation of who's better, who's deserving. Our city requires every tax-paying citizens, veteran, disabled, blind, impoverished person to be the owner of the property and live in it before we give them a $400 exemption. In some instances, we require people to live in it for over 5 years. How do you explain to the people in your ward that this group, good or bad, is more important than they are, and that they're allowed fewer rules? Many times over the years, well, the General Assembly in section 44.3.3, property subject to taxation regarding exemptions, outlines probably 24 different varies of types of organizations that can be exempted. We've had people like the schools, like LaSalle, Bayview, Mount St. Charles, who are not tax exempt because they're not for-profit, they're not non-for-profit organizations. They charge people for schools, and because the fact that they're charging, even though their charter says they're a nonprofit for IRS purposes, they had to go to the General Assembly to get a special exemption because the government owns, they're only allowed up to 5 acres, and only if they were a free public school, which they're not. Exemptions, according to many court cases, have to be narrowly construed to the city's benefit and not to the taxpayers. This exemption is driving the city council and the city in the wrong directions. I mean, you've got the state, before the General Assembly, there's been bills that have been passed where entities like Rhode Island Hospital lease tax-exempt property to taxable entities. And the proposal has been to allow the Providence tax assessor, obviously, or any place else where Lifespan is now moving, the ability to tax these organizations to stop the encroachment that's going on. I suspect that there's others in the city of Warwick, and once you open this door, there will be no stopping it. That legislation says real and personal property, and then in the last paragraph says property that they lease. So the top line says real and personal property of this organization, and then when you finally get down to the bottom, it includes the leasing of it. I don't see how we can allow special treatment, because one special treatment is going to include the next. It's been suggested to me that there are more of these organizations in the city that we've allowed to be exempt, that don't qualify under this section. I don't know that for true. I actually would like to find out, and I'm actually considering a Freedom of Information Act. Since I'm retired, I'm old, and I don't have much else to do. I may sit and go through all of these things just to see where we stand. I mean, I know a couple off the top of my head that are exempt to a greater degree than they should be, and should be adjusted. I could certainly afford to pay whatever property tax is going to go up over the year, but it's the spirit that needs to be followed. and not what our hearts feel. Thank you.
I'm not sure if it's okay for me to come back up,
Yes.
but I did want to just add one last thing. When we were in Post Road, we did have the same landlord that we have now. And the part of the property that we occupied, we did not pay tax for, and neither did our landlord. So I just want to name that because I think it's not out of the practice. That for the last 24 years, that is what's been happening. We currently have a lease with the landlord here. It's a 10-year lease, and that is why we put that in there. Our lease also has a clause where we would have to cover a percentage of the taxes if they exceed a certain amount. And so that is one of the reasons why we also included that in there. So I just wanted to name that. And I think there's a difference too between, I know that there was the point made around the city of Providence and the number of nonprofits and how much the city is losing on the number of profits there. But those are really large nonprofits like Brown University and the hospital that have tons and tons of land. That is not the case for our coalition. We rent, and we are in a lease right here on Post Road. We don't have plans on having multiple satellite offices across the state. And so I think there's a difference between these larger nonprofits and smaller nonprofits. And I just thought it was important to name that. Thank you. I will not come back up.
Any other questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I move favorable action, and then I welcome further discussion in the full council.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Council President, do you want to pause the committee?
Yes. It is now 7 o'clock. We still have a number of items. I think we have another item in this committee and then a couple other items. But what I would like to do is open public properties so we can move the public hearing to the full council. Then we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll start the full council meeting. We have a guest this evening, and then a public comments. I mean, not public, a public hearing, and then we'll go back into committees. So at this time, if we could have the public properties committee meet, and they are just going to recommend opening the public hearing, and then we will take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will start the full council meeting. Thank you.
I've been waiting for you. Who's in charge here? You are.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 7:01 p.m. First up, we have acceptance of the minutes from February 5, 2024. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We have 3 items on the agenda. However, we are going to pause after the first item. Item 1, PCO-1-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick, Allen Bryan Realty Co. and Worldwide Real Estate Inc. petitioners. This is Assessor's Plat 260, lots 38 and 39, commonly known as 0 and 211 Centerville Road. Councilman Snappy, do you have a recommendation for opening public hearing? All right. We have the request. I'll make the motion to open public hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. And with that, we will temporarily adjourn the committee at 7:03 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're just going to let everyone get set, and we're going to start the full council meeting in about 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. So thank you. Good evening, everyone. I call the March 4th, 2024 city council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley?
Here.
Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi? Here. Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. Councilman Gephardt, if you could introduce our guest to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. They'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll play the national anthem, and then we're going to do some general communications and then come back to you with the full
Great.
introduction.
Thank you. So tonight to do our Pledge of Allegiance, we have Nancy Curran. She's joined us tonight to talk about her grandson Landon and some medical issues that he's had and to draw some awareness. So thank you, Ms. Curran, for being here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright shines and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much. So at this time, we are on the general communications. We're going to do announcements of congratulations, condolences, and community events. And I'm going to go right back to Councilman Gephardt to introduce you. So at this time, general communications, this is announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. I would like to do a moment of silence for Harold Ricks. Councilman Ricks's father passed away unexpectedly this weekend. So our thoughts and prayers are with Councilman Ricks, who is here with us this evening. So in honor of Councilman Ricks's father, Harold, I respectfully request a moment of silence. Thank you. Councilman, I'm sure I can speak for the whole council here that we're thinking of you, and if there's anything that we can do, please reach out. This is a very difficult time, and our condolences are with you, Councilman. Any other announcements under general communications from members of the council? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. If there's ever a night when those young voices singing our national anthem was appropriate, it's tonight. Tonight, I've invited the Vasquez family to come and talk a little bit about a kind of a tough year that they've had. Their son, who's a classmate of my daughter Charlie at Cedar Hill, has gone through some medical issues, and it turns out, well, I won't go too much into it. I'll leave that to the family. But, Erin reached out to me and said, hey, we're trying to raise awareness, and they're actually raising funds for the group that is researching the condition that Landon has. They've raised over $47,000 already on behalf of UNC Children's. And I thought, I offered for them to come tonight and to, spread awareness with us and with the folks we have here in this room and to continue beyond. So without further ado, Ms. Curran.
First of all, thank you very much for having us here tonight. As you explained, it's been quite a difficult year. I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter Erin and my son-in-law James, hoping I could get through it better than they did. Our grandson was normal every day, running around, little 4-year-old, and all of a sudden seemed to become a little weary, a little tired, was having trouble breathing. They brought him into Hasbro Children's and he was given a blood transfusion. He came back, seemed bubbly again, came to be a little 4-year-old again. That was in April. and May, same thing happened again. He seemed to deplete and again was given another blood transfusion. He was taken back to Hasbro's Children's, and that was in August, at which time they admitted him. They did another blood transfusion, and he was diagnosed in September, which something we had never heard of anyone I mentioned it to, including physicians, including pediatricians. It's called IPH, which is idiopathic hematosis. It's a very rare lung disease. And what happens with Landon is when he gets a cold, as any normal child gets, he bleeds into his lungs. What happens in that case is he has scarring in the lungs, and it's very difficult for him to breathe. So he went from a very energetic young child to somebody who, was asking to be carried up the stairs. We were there, and it took quite a bit of time, we thought, to diagnose it. And there was one physician that went through and said she thought she spotted, blood on the lungs. That's when this came through. Hasbro did as much as they could, and we were then transferred over. My daughter found a wonderful physician, Dr. Alicia Casey at Boston Children's, who has been amazing. Landon has to go for treatments once a month, and they're 3-day treatments, and they consist of 2 days, 6 to 7 hours of treatments, and on the third day, it's a 3 to 4 hour treatment. So he's now 5-year-old, for a little 5-year-old to sit there for that amount of time. He truly is my hero. What my daughter and son-in-law have been through is just, I can't even explain. I wonder every day how they stand up. So we therefore sat around and felt sorry for ourselves for a while. And then we said, okay, it's not just Landon. There's a lot of other kids out there. So I reached out and was trying to find someone that would go to lung disease, but not necessarily to what Landon had. So I was looking for some physicians somewhere that were researching somehow this rare disease. We were lucky enough to find them at the University of North Carolina. We're working with Dr. Timothy Vesey and Evelyn Wu, who are researchers in just this. We've gone through a fund, Holmesley's Little Light. We've hooked up with them because I have now created a corporation in the state of Rhode Island, which is called the Breath of Hope RI. We have just filed to become a 501c3, and we're waiting for that approval to go through. But in the meantime, to get the funds into this research, we've decided to go through this fund. That's another girl in North Carolina who was misdiagnosed. After speaking to the doctors, I realized that we were quote unquote lucky that Landon was diagnosed relatively quick. And when I said to them, can you give me the number of children? There wasn't a number. And their explanation to me was, it isn't a matter of how many children, it's how many are undiagnosed. So it's so rare. I have quite a few friends who are physicians and pediatricians, and we simply get oh my gosh, I've never heard of that. What is it? So we really want to get the word out there, exactly what it is. A lot of diseases were rare at one point, and we want to make this a disease at least people know about. So at least if a child comes in with similar symptoms, that locally we would know what to test for and how to go forward. So we're trying to raise funds for Landon, obviously, but we're really trying to help a lot of other children out there too who have gone undiagnosed. And unfortunately, undiagnosed is not a good prognosis. So what we're trying to do is, as we set this up, as you mentioned, we've had this fund going. We've raised over $47,000 in a matter of, I think it's been 3 weeks. Am I right, Aaron? About 3 weeks. And that was just getting the word out. So going forward, we've lined up a run walk, which we have spoken to some people at the city, and we're hoping that maybe they can co-sponsor us with that. We're working on doing that at Goddard Park on May 18th. We're trying to get, which we've been working with Beverly at the city, to get some food trucks in there, and just, it'll be funds, but it'll really be raising awareness. And going forward, once I do get that tax exempt, we'll be doing a lot more reaching out and going to corporations and such. We also have a golf tournament scheduled the 28th of September. And so we're basically trying to do outreach. We're trying to get people to understand exactly what this is, so that somebody, when we hear the name, we at least test for something, when we see these symptoms. So I appreciate your time and letting us come here and speak. And we do have some folders we can pass out, little leaflets. Just, again, it has a QR code on it just to read the story. So if you can tell your friends or tell your relatives. Obviously, there's donations there, but truly to get the word out. I'm a grandmother, and I will go to the ends of the earth, but we will get a cure for this. I have not a question in my mind. We were lucky enough, a small miracle, to hook up with 2 physicians that are working exactly on what my grandson has. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And if you want to hand the information out to the Sergeant of Arms as well, he'll get it to all of us. And I know Councilman Gephardt will send around your information as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, next up on the agenda is executive communications. There are none. A is the acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on February 26. Councilman Howe. Second by Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And 1 abstention. Councilman Foley. Thank you. At this time, if there's no objections from my colleagues on the council, I would like to move to the public hearing. Is there any objections to taking up that item at this time from members of the council? Okay, hearing none, we are now moving on to number 1, which is PCO 1-24. This is the public hearing, committee report, land use.
Recommend open public hearing.
Okay, for action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Gephardt and Councilman Ricks. So we are now in the public hearing. So the way that we do the, what's that? Oh, we have to vote that, I'm sorry. All those in favor to open the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are now in the public hearing. So the way that this works here is we are going to ask if there's someone here to present the public hearing, the attorney or the applicant will come up and speak to the microphone. We ask every speaker to please speak clearly and introduce themselves. We have the stenographer here this evening. Then after the presenter presents this, I will ask members of the council if they have any questions or comments. After the council speaks, I will then ask, are there any individuals here that would like to speak in favor of this project? Those individuals will come up. Then I will ask, is there any individuals here that are against the project? Those individuals will come up. And then I will give an opportunity if anyone just wants to be heard on this project, and those individuals can come up. Then we will close the public hearing. It will come back to the full council. The council can ask any additional questions that they would like, and then I will entertain a motion. So that is how the process works. So at this time, I'm going to ask, is there anyone here to present PCO 1-24 this evening? And the Sergeant at Arms will help you out here.
Thank you. I have to take a deep breath after that. It's difficult to hear family problems like that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sanford J. Resnick. I am an attorney, and I represent the applicants in this matter, Allen Bryan Realty Company and Worldwide Real Estate, Inc. This property is located at 211 Commonwealth Avenue. It's zoned residential A15, and we're here this evening to request an overlay district, which will be residential. It will be a residential overlay of A15. I think it's PDR, known as PDR A15. We've worked with the planning department over a period of time to come up with what we feel is an appropriate use for this property. We've appeared before the planning board and received unanimous approval of this with some minor waivers that we're asking for. And what I'd like to do is I have two members of our team, Josh Rosen, who's a civil engineer with VHB, and Ed Pimentel, who's my land use and zoning consultant, to present this and to go over this and answer any questions that you may have. So first, I'd like to have Josh Rosen, who's a civil engineer with VHB, come up. Josh. You want to swear Josh in?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Josh to go over this and give us a picture of basically what this property looks like today and what the finished product would be. Josh, go ahead.
For the record, Josh Rosen, ROSEN, Rhode Island professional engineer with VHB offices at 1 Cedar Street in Providence. So as Mr. Resnick stated, we have a current residential zone for the two properties as part of this application. The two properties being Assessor's Plat 260, lots 38 and 39. So one of those properties today, as they're located on the intersection of College Hill Road just to the south and Commonwealth Avenue to the east, one of the properties is currently vacant. The second property right now has an existing single-family house on that property with associated infrastructure, driveway, and public utilities. So with this project, and Mr. Resnick did mention that we went before the planning board for master plan. We proposed a private land development, which would include the existing single-family house lot and create a condominium development of 10 total units. We would have 4 buildings that would be built on the properties after these two particular lots were merged together as one. And one building would have 3 units, being a triplex, and there would be 3 additional new structures, both being duplex structures. We've designed a master plan that included the appropriate driveway, access and egress from College Hill Road, on-site parking, the projection for public utilities, both water and sewer to the property. This parcel does have a cemetery in the western section of the property. We had worked with the planning department, and the recommendation was made as we developed these plans to find a way to incorporate access to and from that cemetery area and protect it, which we are proposing to do in our most current site plan. We have a pedestrian system within the property for access out to College Hill Road, but also to that cemetery. So as Mr. Resnick stated, we've gone through that process. We feel like the use of this property sort of complements the existing single-family home, number one, and the area surrounding it to the north and south. Kind of ties together the commercial into the residential area, commercial being to the west on Bald Hill Road, and this property being off Bald Hill Road up to the east on College Hill Road. And I think that's pretty much a summary of the property, where it is today, and what we're projecting to do.
Thank you. And you had another individual you wanted to speak, Mr. Resnick?
Thank you.
Ed Pimentel is the land use planner, and when we swear in, I'll ask Ed a couple of questions.
City Clerk will swear you in.
We had to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Edward Pimentel for the record. It's P as in Paul, Imentel.
I asked Ed to do a report as to the appropriateness of this development for this piece of property. Ed has a lot of experience for many, many years. He's familiar with, and he's testified many times on the comprehensive plan of the city, the zoning and planning, and he's the appropriate person to give us an overlay of what he believes is the appropriate use for that. So Ed?
Sure. So the way we, Mr. President, members of the City Council, the way we designed this was done purposely to realize much needed housing. The City of Warwick obviously wants to protect and preserve the few remaining green spaces you have, so your comprehensive plan directs housing towards infill development. But at the same time, we take into consideration character of neighborhood. So first and foremost, I did an assessment and analysis of the neighborhood. So you have single family to the south along Commonwealth. Across the street, obviously, it's all commercial with office in the Community College of Rhode Island. This lot, otherwise referred to as a pod in your comprehensive plan, these pod lots, is in a unique situation at the intersection of College Hill and Commonwealth. Directly across the street is a similar residential condo development. Next to it is the office condo, and it abuts the parking lot to the trampoline and other commercial on Bald Hill Road. Our intent was, it's in a transitional development manner, was to preserve and protect the character of the single family to the south. That's why we're preserving the home, and it's the only curb cut that's realized there, because that was what historically has been present. The single family not only maintains character and has a historical presence, but it also assists in buffering the remaining development. The remaining development fronts towards College Hill Road and the density that's already been permitted on College Hill Road. So it really is a perfect transitional, allows infill development and much needed residential housing. To that end, I took into consideration several things. Not only a review of your comprehensive plan, but equally your future land use map, the zoning designation, and what was the density in the neighborhood. So I compiled all that data on a single page, which was page 15 of 24. So we're proposing 10 units. The property in question has approximately 1.87 acres. That's the combination of the two lots. So we're talking about 5.34 units per acre, or 1 unit per 8,100 square feet. The immediate neighborhood across the street is 10 units at 1.41 acres, slightly more dense at 7.09 units per acre, or 1 unit per 6,000. We're 1 unit per 8,000. The comp plan, which classifies, and we have to realize consistency, which we do, is a medium density. That talks about 1.2 to 6.1 units per acre. Based on the acreage we have, right, it would be 2.24 units per acre, or 1 unit per 36,000. It comes down to 11.41 units would be allowed. We're not asking for 11 units. We're not asking for 12 units. We decided to say even less dense than what the classification of the property is. And then finally, under your zoning, it's 6 units per acre. Once again, allowing 11.22. We didn't ask for that otherwise. The property across the street actually did develop right on point consistency. We felt we wanted to be a little less dense because obviously we do have the single family neighborhood to the south. We're maintaining the character of the single family home. We've actually incorporated the single family into our density. So we're not asking 1 plus 10. It's a total of 10. So based on that, I felt, and I was confident, we did present before your planning board, that this was consistent with your comprehensive plan, consistent with your zoning ordinance, and I feel it really does accomplish and further many goals and objectives of this community. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. And I know we have representative from the planning department. Do you have anything to say at this time? Okay, but she is available in case any council people have any questions. Okay, Councilman Sinapi?
So I'd be most interested to hear if there's any residents here to speak on it, but also I noticed there's going to be trash pickup privately. The only thing I wanted to comment on is there's a reoccurring issue with areas we have that exact situation where the residents inevitably get upset that they have private trash pickup rather than city pickup, and then they don't know why, and then they want to change it, and they often blame the city until I think every time it's turned out that it's been a development, it's been in their documents, but the residents either didn't know when they were potential buyers, or once they became owners, it wasn't really common knowledge or even really obtainable knowledge, frankly, for them. So whatever way it can be made clear to potential buyers and to current owners, once they're owners, and not like where in the world is Carmen San Diego situation, like obvious, easily accessible to anyone, because that's a reoccurring issue that I don't want to occur here.
May I respond to that? I'd say what we've done, because this is now, in many cities and towns, we face the same thing. So when we do the condominium documents, we do a public offering statement, which is like a prospectus, and then we do a condo declaration, and that is in the condo declaration and the public offering statement in regards to garbage pickup. As a matter of fact, here, we originally were going to have a dumpster, and meeting with the planning department, they had some comments from the neighbors in regards to that, so we will not have a dumpster. We're actually going to have private barrel pickup, which will be contracted by the condo association. So we do the best we can because that is an occurring problem.
Good to hear. And I'll reserve any other further comment to what I hear tonight.
Sure. Of the 10 units, are there any affordable housing type, anything you're putting in for those 10 units?
No.
And are they 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, or?
I believe they're all 2.
2 bedroom units. Okay. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a lot of the people in this room know that I have certainly my fair share of dealing with developers over the years. And one of the concerns that I have, it's going to be speaking to this particular application, but it goes far beyond that, is when things are coming before us for approval from a developer, we have these agreements and we have all of these things that everyone agrees to, and we're gonna play nice, and it's gonna be really fun in the sandbox. And then what I see happens, and it happens on a regular basis, is that these requirements that are put on the property owner or the developer, such as height requirements. You can't have anything higher than X, or you got to do this, you got to do that. Well, it's all agreed to, but then at some point down the road, it all falls apart, and nobody's doing anything about it, and nobody's following up about it, and these agreements don't have any legal recourse should that particular entity not do it. So that becomes more of a concern to me because I see it happening more often than I would care to. In this particular instance, you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned about historical district. Is this a historical district?
No, it is not.
Okay.
But there are on-site walls, and the walls will be reused, and you have to present a plan to the Historic District Commission on the reuse of the wall of the stone.
What do you mean reuse?
Because the walls are in the middle of the property.
Yeah.
So the walls will be taken down and will be reused
By
pursuant
whom?
to a plan
By whom? And I'm asking you
within
that
the
because-
condo.
I'm asking you that because I had that very issue happen in my ward where a developer came in, was building, these units and was literally taking stones off the walls to do the facade of the house. And obviously that got me, as you can tell right now, it got me upset. And we had that whole project stopped right then and there. So let me finish.
Sure.
So you're saying repurpose the wall. Who is those walls, by the way, that goes back to Mayor Avedisian. Mayor Avedisian passed the ordinance that declared these walls historical walls. And that's a very important issue for the city of Warwick. And when you say it's going to be repurposed, who is going to be repurposing it? Is it someone that is experienced and knowledgeable in removing, relocating, and rebuilding a historical wall? Or is this someone that's used to, let's pour, 5 inches of concrete or a foundation? There is a big difference there.
Well, first, let me just say this. So we're very early in the stages of development. We only have a conceptual master plan. So we will be working with our landscape architect. We have no plan yet. So we're working with our landscape architect. That will be presented to HDC and presented to the planning department and at another public hearing. So we will have a plan ready at that time before the planning board and HDC, both.
That's why we're having this conversation right now, because you're going to be coming back to us again.
We're coming not here. We're going to planning again. We could go, at least one meeting at planning, and then we have to go for final. Whether that's going to be administrative or whether that's going to be before the board, we don't know. But we have to go to HDC for the stone place reuse.
So you do not come back before the city council for approval?
Not only, well, for the second vote, if necessary, but we don't plan we're here because in order to do the multifamily, we need a zone change to the PDR, which is the overlay district.
But in this discussion, you are revealing or bringing up other things that come into play after this passes. And you just brought up the walls. And for me, that is a concern as to who is going to relocate or rebuild these walls. So keep that in mind for whatever future approvals that you're seeking. The other thing is on item number 5 here in this package, it says that prior to preliminary plan submission, the applicant shall coordinate with the Historic Cemetery Commission regarding the cemetery on site. And there's a bunch of other things, a total of 12 items. First question, has all of these things been performed?
Again, we're at master. We've only been to master, so we have a lot of work to do before we can meet the checklist for preliminary. There's many items. We're here because there's only so much work that we want to do on these projects before we know we can do it. So we have to get the zone changed first. So we have a lot of work to do. We'll work with planning department and before the planning board. All those items are on our checklist, and all those items will be complete before the next hearing.
Well, that's good, but the checklist is what I'm concerned with, because I have my own checklist. And when it says shall coordinate with the Historic Cemetery Commission regarding the cemetery on site, so are we to assume that whoever wants to visit and pay respects to whomever is in that cemetery is going to be guaranteed access to that in perpetuity?
Absolutely, there is. If you were to look at the
made?
plan, there is a right of way on the plan.
Okay.
And the agreement that the condo association will maintain this. That's one of the conditions of approval.
Will maintain it. Maintaining and allowing is two different things.
Well, there's two
words
things.
matter.
One is the access. In other
Okay.
words, is to maintain it.
Okay. Item 12, it says that the property owners, I assume that's going to be the condo owners in
That's correct.
totality? The
The
association?
condo association, correct.
Shall be responsible for the long-term maintenance of the access in the cemetery on site. This is one of the things that I was referring to when I first started speaking about the well-intended commitments that are made that, yeah, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and, no problem, guarantee you. So what happens if in 5 years from now that the ownership of that condominium association changes, not the same owners as what's in place today, and for whatever reason, they don't maintain this access, so they don't maintain the cemetery? Is there anything in the agreement that provides a legalese to the city or to any family that perhaps may have a family buried in that cemetery? Is there anything in this agreement that's going to hold feet to the fire?
So
if
more
that
than
association-
one.
Excuse
So
me.
number
If-
one,
If that association, for whatever reason, doesn't have the money to do it, can't afford it, we can't increase. I live in a condo association, so I got a pretty 21 years of experience dealing with condo associations, and all good for that matter. So is there anything in this agreement now or in the future that would provide some legalese if that wasn't taken care of?
Can I invoke point of information so that the solicitor can provide information as to how the stipulations work? Please.
Go ahead.
Should the council proceed with a favorable recommendation with the content of the waivers, stipulations, and conditions, they would have to fulfill all these things as part of the process. So what is itemized here, we're proposing specific relief and subject to itemized stipulations that were the unanimous recommendations of the planning board. And so they would have to fulfill these items in order for the zone change to occur.
So essentially, what I'm trying to do is just to provide a heads up as to some of the concerns that I may have as they're putting together these stipulations.
so I started answering, but really more than one way. First of all, if we're in violation of any of the decisions that were made, whether made by the planning board or the council, there's a zoning enforcement officer who has the authority to fine the association on a per day basis for any violation. So there is, and it happens. So that's one way. And the other way is we set up a budget at the beginning, and it's a budget item. That'll be a line item for maintaining the cemetery. Whatever we get for a cost from our landscapers, that will be a line item, and everybody has to pay. If they don't pay, they can be foreclosed. So there's a lot of weight in the association. Unlike a homeowners association, a condo association is statutory. So if you don't pay, then you can get foreclosed, and we're careful with that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Rex.
Thank you. A couple of questions. So I understand that there is a further process here, and that that's why there aren't conceptual drawings in front of us. So this question is based on a question that I received from a constituent. Would there be garages or the like for each of the condo units, or what would the plan on that look like in general?
We actually have plans. There's one garage per unit, right? There is one garage per unit.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I suppose that this has nothing to do with this condo development in particular, but just more of a general comment that to touch on the discussion having to do with the condo association taking care of the waste pickup as opposed to the city. this is something that I know that practically every city and town in Rhode Island is pushing as a requirement for certain new developments that are within a certain size, especially condominiums and the like. But I'm just going to put a general comment out there that I've seen these types of situations really backfire where, for example, my wife's condominium that she used to have in a different town before she moved in with me, that condo board, it was not willing to pay a little bit extra to have the recycling pickup, took the slightly cheaper route of having the trash pickup only. So simply in my opinion, I think that this is something that the city of Warwick and other cities and towns should be considering, the impact on the environment, instead of just the pure cost to the taxpayers in that regard. But that has nothing to do really with this application in particular. I know that there is the general trend where these different condominium developments are encouraged to go this particular route to save the city money. So I think that my questions have really been answered through the packet materials provided to the city council and through the discussion here. I think that this is from all of the information I've received so far, and of course I'll keep an open mind until all of the comment closes, city council and otherwise. But I certainly agree that the city of Warwick, we need more housing, and the information presented is indicating to me that this is an appropriate development for that particular area. That's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Gephardt.
Just a quick cleanup item. The on our agenda,
we're on it. We're going to do it now.
Yeah. So just in case anyone was going to make comment later, so the address is incorrect on our agenda. However, it was advertised under the proper address. So everything here is proper. We'll just need to tidy that up at the
Correct.
end.
The solicitor is going to make a statement. We can do it now if you like.
Thank you. On line 16 of page 1, there is a reference to Centerville Road, and this appears on the agenda as well. We bring this up during the public comments so that folks are aware, and that the recommendation would be to, for the council later this evening as part of its consideration, to entertain an amendment to correct the typo referencing Centerville Road, and it should be Commonwealth Avenue. The newspaper publications were submitted properly. This is a housekeeping item on our end. The references to the plats and lots are proper from the legal side. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Gephardt. Yeah. Any other questions from members of the council? Okay, hearing none. So this is how we're going to ask. We're going to ask if there's anyone here to speak in favor. I will ask 3 times. Then I will ask if there's anyone to speak against 3 times. And then I will ask if anyone would like to be heard. So I just ask any individual that comes up to speak, please speak directly into the mic and give your a name, and we'd like to hear what you think on this project. So are there any individuals here this evening that would like to speak in favor of this project? Are there any individuals here that would like to speak in favor of this project? Are there any individuals here that would like to speak in favor of this project? Favor? Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak against this project? Come on up to the microphone, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, hi. My name is Grant. I actually live in the College View Court community. That's the condo across the street from the proposed development. I think in the testimony tonight, there were some comparisons drawn between this new development and our existing community.
Excuse me, sir. I need your full name, please.
Oh, sure.
For
Yeah,
the-
okay.
thank
My name is Grant Kokoska, Kokoszka.
Go ahead, sorry, and just right into the microphone. It's
Sure,
difficult to
sorry.
hear.
So, as I was saying, there have been some comparisons made between the new proposed development and our existing one. But I think that there was something that, there's a distinction there that wasn't really made, which is that our existing community is between Commonwealth Avenue and is sort of an office park, right? This plot of land serves as a buffer between a residential area and the commercial zone of Route 2. So loss of that area as the natural area that it is today would, reduce the acoustic, the noise buffer zone, the light buffer zone at night, the visual of looking now at the back of a mall, right? So I think that these are things that would have a significant impact on, the community and the quality of life and the property values if this development were allowed to move forward as it is. So, in Warwick, you have a lot of development, a lot of commercial and residential, but there are a lot of beautiful places too, including around that night campus that we have. I really hope that the aesthetic be considered before making a special provision to put these, shoehorning a lot of very narrow, tall buildings into a very thin plot of land that serves as a buffer today. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against this project?
Hello, my name is Nancy Ellis. My husband and I live at 255 Commonwealth Ave, just, I guess, one house between us and this proposed property. I know it doesn't seem like it being so close to Route 2, but this actually is a really peaceful neighborhood. All of the houses on this street are single-family homes, pretty much, with very large backyards. Our property is about the same size as this proposed lot for the condos, about 1.87 acres. And I cannot imagine putting 10 condos in my backyard. You are not only eliminating all of the yard for these poor people who live to the south of these, you're affecting all of us on this street. The idea to me is to put the garage on the bottom and then 2 levels of condo on top with balconies on the back. Those balconies are going to be facing all of our backyards. We don't currently have anything like that. We are very secluded by tree line from all our neighbors, from Route 2. Everything is pretty nice and quiet, and just adding 9 to 10 units, adding 9 to 18 new residents is just really going to change the lifestyle of everybody who has lived on that street for a very long time. Again, I know the comparison is made to the condos across the street, which are, to me, very different. Their balconies are all either facing businesses or empty street and then woods on the other side. It's not affecting anyone who has a backyard, who likes to spend time in that backyard, run around with their children in their backyard. But putting these units into this particular wooded property is going to change that for all of us who live nearby. Not to mention the historic house right next to them that's been around since the 1700s. The idea of cramming condos and taking down all those trees from that property genuinely breaks my heart. And I know that there is talk in the plan to put new trees in. You're never going to replace the tree line that there is now. Once they take everything out, once you get rid of trees that are possibly dying and you put new trees in, it's going to take decades before those are tall enough to give us any type of privacy, any type of noise reduction, any type of view again. And that's just heartbreaking. I just think it's too many people for this small neighborhood that already has buses going through it and ambulances going through it and fire trucks going through it, because it is a cut-through street for the hospital. There's a fire station right down the street. There's a lot of action around there already with no sidewalks, and to just add that many more residents just doesn't even seem safe. And I'm not foolish enough to think that a beautiful big piece of wooded property is just going to stay a beautiful big piece of wooded property. I know at the last planning board meeting, their lawyer had said something to the effect that if these condos didn't go in, the owner was thinking of maybe putting houses in. I would rather have houses. I would rather have other people with backyards and kids that my kids could play with and go to the schools in this city. And I just would rather see something like that here than change the zoning to let them put all of these condos in, because I think it's really going to destroy the lifestyle of a lot of people on that street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next individual would like to speak against this project?
Yeah, good evening, David Marzilli, and
My family owns 237 Commonwealth, so the immediate abutting property. And Nancy, who lives right next door with her family, did a nice job of explaining some of the concerns. And then the gentleman, I'm not sure what your name was, but he did a great job with some of the concerns as well. So that stone wall, that'll be taken apart. I grew up there. We've been there for over 60 years. Many family parties now with these 10 units. Some of these units are going to be right in our backyard. So forget about any privacy. As many trees as they can put up, like Nancy mentioned, that won't bring back the privacy. The increased traffic flow. I know they did some traffic studies, and some of the studies said during peak hours, and I know that they use analytics and things like that, but during like the morning commute, you have 10 units, you're probably going to have at least 2 cars per unit, maybe 1 with some. Just say you had 12 cars. They're saying there'll be 3 cars coming out during peak hours. So as Nancy mentioned, there aren't sidewalks. The increased traffic flow could be dangerous. And I'm concerned about drainage as well. When we went to the planning board, it was discussed a little bit, but I never saw a plan that showed. I know roof runoff is a big concern these days, where I just built a house myself in another community. I actually lived in 237 for a year and a half before we built it. And we were required to put in rain gardens on a single family home. I live on 7 acres. My roof runoff is not going to impact anybody, but in North Kingstown, that's what they required me to do. I'd like to make sure that as this moves forward, that something is done and make sure that DEM approves how they're going to handle roof runoff for these 10 units that aren't going to impact our property. We have a main house and a barn. We have 2 barns. It's beautiful. It's quiet. It's just like Nancy mentioned. Everything from first communion parties to Easter egg hunts have been held over there. It's going to be a little different now with all these people in our backyard. I know that there was Mr. Resnick and the engineer had explained at the other meeting, I think 1 or 2 of the units will not have a back deck. I wouldn't want to see any of them with a back deck, because now these people are going to be right in our yards again. As Nancy had mentioned earlier, a single family home or 2, I guess if there has to be, but just ruining that community feel, a residential community. I know that there is another residential condo where the first gentleman that spoke, they have that there, but further on down, there are more residential. So it's residential up and down Commonwealth. So even though that's there, you go a little bit further, I guess that would be considered north. If you go a little further north, it's all just single family residential homes. So I'm concerned. I moved into a small neighborhood that had some historical stone walls. It was said that they were supposed to be reused. The developer just never reused them. He said, oh, it looks better with the new stones. They built a wall, but with new stones. So when we speak to what the gentleman on the end had spoken to about reusing it, I'd like to see a plan, if this has to go through, how they're going to reuse that. Because taking down stone walls that have been there for over 100 years and not reusing them concerns me as well. The big things for me, if it has to go forward, is ensuring that you don't impact any of the people living there. Like I said, our property abuts it immediately, so the concerns are with drainage, having the right trees put up if it has to go through to make sure that the plan is actually followed. We've all been in that situation where the developers don't eventually go through, and then I ran into that situation. I had to get a lawyer. The town said, oh, we can't take it that far. You have to get your own lawyer. So if it does go through, just want to make sure that all these beautiful plans they have and the renditions are followed to the T, and that there is follow-up, as the gentleman on the end had mentioned. Who's going to hold them accountable? It shouldn't be the residents. It shouldn't be myself. It shouldn't be Nancy's family. It should be the town, if, again, this has to go through. I think that's about it for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against this project? Come on up.
Hi, forgive me. I've been listening to the stream all night and I literally just drove here because I really needed to speak against this. I am Christina Elgar, Elgar. I live at 6 Adrian Street off of Strawberry Field Road. Where are the CEOs of these development companies from? Does anyone know? Where the CEOs of these two development companies live?
That's not before us at this time. But
Well, one of them in their name does say worldwide. There's a bunch of issues with zoning this. As many promises as they can make regarding all the issues that people already brought up. Ultimately, what they're going to do is they're going to sell the houses, and then everyone else that buys these properties are just going to be locked into something. Hopefully, they continue to pay for it. Hopefully, in 4 years, they're not here arguing with you. Someone already brought that up. Condos don't solve housing crises. They kind of already showed their hand when they said that they were just going to be 2-bedroom properties. So they're not, this isn't going to bring families here, which everyone loves Warwick as a family place. It's going to bring young professionals. So that's good, but we need to maintain that green space. I go to CCRI. I just did a project in my mapping class last semester where we ran out and we looked at all of those stone walls. Again, if we try to make this company agree to do something with the stones to keep them there, like they're going to cash out and then they're going to forget that it exists. They're literally not the ones that are going to be held accountable when this stuff actually happens. Also, that hill is an extreme high point in Warwick. CCRI basically is like the highest point and it's like right there. So the person before me mentioned runoff, pollution, all of that, it goes downhill. It's going into streams. It's not going to be good. If we are going to allow someone to turn this into condos, we should be enforcing a smarter plan. Urban planners know that separate houses that are afraid to touch walls means less people live in given acreage. The math just doesn't work out. Also, my last note, HOAs function as a way to ensure only the people who can afford the fees and upkeep ever live there. And I don't stand for that. They're going to have hundreds of dollars. They're only going to be allowed to have a perfectly green lawn, and all their fertilizer is going to run into our river. And it's just awful. Please, please, please do not let them go forward. Thank you.
thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against this project? Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against this project? Is there anyone here that would like to be against this project?
Sergeant James Torres, 4080 Post Road. I'm not here to speak against or for it, but I was there.
Hold on one second then. I just want to give one last opportunity. Is there anyone here that would like to speak against this project? Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to be heard on this project?
Sorry
Go ahead,
about that,
Mr.
sir.
Torres.
All right, Sergeant James Torres, U.S. Army, retired, 4080 Post Road. I attended the Tuesday, February 27th meeting for the Land Trust Committee. They had a couple concerns with how traffic is going to look like with the construction there, because it's like the intersection there. Like if you look at the other road, what's the other road? Centerville Road. Right now they're redoing like just. I don't know if it's the water pipes or something, but there's a lot of traffic there during the daytime. How's that going to affect the traffic there within that intersection there?
If you had traffic, you will have the traffic studies done, correct? For any type of project, there has to be traffic studies. You have to, on the mic. We have to be on the mic So,
So in regards to the traffic study, always a pertinent point. With the preliminary application that we're required to prepare through planning, should this go forward, we have to include a final study of the traffic, the circulation, the level of service surrounding the property. And we also look at other future build or current build developments to assess any traffic-related concerns at that time. So that would be covered at our next phase of our detailed design work.
thank you. And your name just one more time for the record?
Josh Rosen.
Thank you. Sergeant?
Do I have to introduce myself again? No.
Nope.
All right. Yeah, but like their main concern was the college traffic there, after school traffic, as well as like traffic like leaving the mall that's cutting through, because a lot of people cut through the CCRI just to get to like Apponaug and stuff like that. So that's the reason why I wanted to ask that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard on this project? Is there anyone else here that would like to be heard on this project? Is there anyone else here that would like to be heard on this project? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Yeah, we're going to close the public hearing first, and then we'll come back to you guys. Yeah, I would like to close the public hearing first. If there's no more members of the public that would like to speak, then we'll go back to the full council.
How about hearing from the representative from the planning department?
Okay, again, I would like to close the public hearing. We had public testimony, correct? All right. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilman Howe, second by Councilman Ricks. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Now, any members of the council with any additional questions or comments? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask if Lydia could come to the podium, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I was asking if
Director.
Lydia from our planning department could come to the podium.
Council President, honorable members of the board. Lydia Cruz Abreu, Warwick Planning.
Hi, Lydia.
How are you, sir?
Good, thank you. Lydia, is there anything in our charter or ordinances governing the historical walls? Is there anything that allows these walls to be relocated or repurposed?
Yes.
There is.
Yes. One of the stipulations in the decision letter references the Historic District Commission will review the application. As part of that application, the applicant's engineer will, and their landscape architect will provide a plan showing the existing location of the wall, the existing location of the, the proposed location of the proposed buildings, and then how many of the walls need to be removed and how they can be remediated on site. So I'm not certain if you have a copy of the plan in front of you, but some of the instances that they have shown in which they would like to propose to the HDC, which again has not yet heard this, are to have a stone wall, a knee wall, not a retaining wall, along the buffers of the property, and to use it within the fencing, within the signage of the property. We also have had, so if I can refer to some other sites that have had stone walls that we have had the use. If you, on West Shore Road, we had H.A. Fisher Homes do a development there. They were the stone enders. There was some stone walls on site. They actually replicated the stone enders on that site using the walls, some walls that they found on site. There weren't as many walls there, but they were actually used on site. And the Historic District Commission will review and approve the locations and the design for the walls.
In the build out?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Lydia.
Thank you.
That answers my question. I will have a proposed amendment, but I'll wait for the appropriate time.
Councilman Sinapi.
So I similarly have questions for planning based on the complaints from the residents and the concerns they stated. I'm curious as to what, if anything, has been considered or will be considered when it comes to the visibility into others' yards, because while that's I mean, some people might not find that a problem, but when you actually get there in person, you see what the new structure is and how it looms over, it matters. And this has been resolved in other parts of my ward by the developer putting in arborvitaes to ensure that within no time at all that they will have the privacy that they had before the development came in. So I'm curious as to whether or not that's been considered or will be considered going forward.
If I may, it was our suggestion, and we agreed to it. It's in the decision that we will have enhanced landscaping on the southerly boundary line. That's in our decision, and we understand that. And let me, if I can add a couple of things. Under the A15 zoning, before the overlay district, there's a setback of 20 feet. Once we change this to the PDRA 10, that setback will go from 20 to 35. So there's additional space back there with the enhanced. What that means is that our landscape architect will be working with the city to come up with a plan.
And Lydia, does that mean that as further along the process, that will be part of the requirements in place?
Yes, correct. That's part of the requirements for a PDR, which is a planned district residential overlay. There are buffers to the commercial and to the residential that are not required as part of a standard single-family development. So essentially, a single-family home can cut right up to the property line without a requirement for a buffer. In a PDR overlay standard, the minimum required 20 feet. In that, our building official and our landscape architect that we have on staff hold to that standard, that within those buffers, they're not allowed to put any use. So that first 20 feet will be landscaping, fencing in that area. And that would be along the westerly property line that abuts the launch trampoline park now. And that will run all the way across and down to the easterly, so the southerly property line of where this gentleman's property abuts. Additionally, the developer has agreed to not have not have decks on some of the units to address some of the concerns that were presented at the planning board hearing relative to this project. And they've added some additional landscaping beyond the standard requirement to provide a visual buffer to the decks that will be placed.
And correct me if I'm wrong, and I very well may be, if the proposed houses instead were put in, the buffer would be less and there'd be no such requirement for the landscaping or for the
That is correct.
avoiding of the patio or deck on the higher level ones.
That is correct.
All right, I might have further questions, but none at the moment.
Any other questions for members of the council? Councilman Gephardt?
Having lived through similar construction, I just for expectation setting, right? The landscape plan will be sort of a final step, right? So over the course of the construction of the project, it would likely get fairly bare, increasing the exposure, and then as the property were cleaned up and the final site work completed, then the landscape plan would come into effect. So, for the folks who will, live adjacent to this, get worse before it gets better. But I think, Lydia, would it be standard practice, or would it be practice in this case that landscape plan would become a matter of record in the approval, or at least the minimum landscape plan?
Yes, that is, so landscaping is required at the preliminary phase. They've already provided us some significant assurances as part of the master plan phase, initially in the review process before we even were ready to present the project to the planning board. There was some amendments made to many different items, including the number of units that were reduced from their original request and the landscaping that we were looking for. The landscaping is correct. It is at the end of the process that landscaping is installed, usually at the final building certificate of occupancy is when the landscaping is installed.
Got it. Yeah, so just a, word of advice, if this were to move forward to the neighbors, to borrow from Councilman Ricks's favorite line, the best time to plant a tree is 5 years ago, the second best time is today. So, there's preparation that can be made, but certainly all construction is, and development, can be, has an impact on those around the construction. So, I think those are all my questions or comments for now.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Ricks?
I'll try to keep this one brief. I know that it's not much of a consolation for the people who are seeing a change happening that is literally within, say, a stone's throw of their backyard. But I often do hear the phrase, it's not just, and it's really not just people here this evening, but all the time, different hearings of this nature, I frequently hear the phrase about something being, quote, in my backyard. Well, for better or worse, it's not actually in your backyard, because if it were literally in your backyard, you would be the one in control over it. It's a nice thing that neighbors have had a benefit of this parcel with a large part of it vacant, really only occupied by trees, grass, and nature for many years, and been able to enjoy that. But it is owned by someone, and that person has certain property rights. And of course, there are limits to those property rights too. That's why we have these different processes. But I also see that Warwick has to strike a balance here. I do see these condominium units and the like as something that is expanding the housing stock. And so while I think that this plan is going to need some tweaking, as expressed by some of my colleagues, I think that there are going to need to be some details that are ironed out. I think that there are certainly going to be those opportunities and proper venues for those details to be ironed out, such as making sure that the appropriate arborvitae or other barrier is installed, so that neighbors have some protection of the privacy that anyone pretty much anywhere in the city of Warwick should generally expect, especially when a developer is coming here and asking for zoning relief. So for all of those reasons, I would be comfortable with moving forward with this evening.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments? Can we first get a motion to put the solicitor's comments early on that we talked about, Solicitor Walsh?
As was discussed during the public hearing, I would recommend an amendment to page 1, line 16, to delete the reference to Centerville Road, and as well as on the agenda this evening, and replace it with the reference of Commonwealth Avenue.
Someone like to make that motion?
So moved.
So moved. Seconded. Motion made by Councilman Gephardt, seconded by Councilman Lattiser. Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote on that. So favorable action is the motion that was just made to address the clerical error. A yes vote is favorable action. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes to amend.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, amendments? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've discussed, various stipulations and requests, et cetera, for this. And I would like to propose an amendment that if the city council passes this, that it would require stipulations or waivers that are made regarding this property, such as the walls, aprovites, et cetera, be recorded in the Warwick Land Evidence Records, so that those stipulations, such as we're going to plant trees or we're going to rebuild a wall or remove it, will run with the deed of the property.
Okay, let's get motion. We'll get a second, and then is there a second for discussion? Second by Councilman Ricks. So if we could just talk to the solicitor exactly what you're pinpointing on, Councilman Lattiser.
So what I'm getting to is, as I talked about earlier, we always have these things that come before us, and people are looking for waivers. They're looking for, okay, give me an extra setback or a less setback, et cetera. They agree to this. They agree to stipulations. And then time goes on and things change. Ownership changes, whether it be commercial, residential, or otherwise. And then things don't get done. So what I'm looking to do is have something in the approval that we're going to be considering here this evening that's going to require these stipulations or agreements to be recorded in the Warwick Land Evidence Records so that it runs with the deed of the property. And then that's what they have to do. It's not like, oh, well, that was the other owners and, they thought it was a great idea, but we don't like it, so we're going to change it.
So I would recommend that this matter, it did not come up particularly fully in the public hearing portion. We will entertain.
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying.
I think we need to entertain fuller comment on this. So one from the council, as well as reopen it again so that folk can weigh in on it. But
So we'll reopen the public hearing because it's changing it now. So we want to make sure everyone gets an opportunity to be heard on exactly what we're voting on. So what's that?
A point of order for the city council solicitor, if I may.
Hold on one second. Hold on. So what's the next step, Sarah? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Question to the city council solicitor. I believe that it would be standard for any approval from whether it's the planning board or zoning board, any of those conditions as a standard practice for those terms and conditions to be recorded in land evidence records and run with the land, as opposed to simply being binding on the petitioner itself, correct?
Yes.
He said yes, he agrees with Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So I wanted to second Councilman Lattiser's motion just so that we could have that discussion on the record. I believe that that may satisfy Councilman Lattiser's concern, but I would of course leave that to him.
Okay, yeah, we already have a motion and it's been seconded. So Councilman Ricks is saying that that's already the process, what you're proposing.
So, through the chair to Councilman Ricks, what is the statute that you believe exists that will do this without us having to enter into a stipulation, either you or Solicitor Walsh?
Off the top of my head, I'm not certain of the precise statute that would be on point here. It is my experience that any of the stipulations that zoning or planning would enter into would be required to be recorded with in land evidence records at the time of the with the approval of any zoning change. But I suppose either one of my colleagues, the council solicitor, or perhaps the petitioner's attorney may be able to find that particular statute.
Mr. President, perhaps Lydia could shed light on that?
Okay. We'll hear from Lydia, again, from the Planning Department.
Council President, honorable members of the board. The standard is that when we have a decision, so in your packets, I believe that you have a decision letter that was recorded on January the 31st. This is a copy of the master plan decision letter. Some of the stipulations that were being referenced are relative to this letter. And at each phase of the approval process, so there'll be a preliminary decision letter, there'll be a council order. The council can add stipulations to your council order, but we do have the four here that I had provided as part of the submission that the board had voted on. Absolutely, there could be additions to this. That will actually be represented on the actual council order that's voted on, and that comes from the city clerk's office. And then at each phase, so the preliminary phase, there'll be a decision letter. That decision letter does get recorded. The Historic District Commission, they also do record their decisions. I can't speak to the Cemetery Commission. I don't want to speak for them, but they will also issue an approval as far as that. And those restrictions, those requirements will be reflected on the condo documents and will also be reflected on the preliminary decision letter, which will also be recorded. And then at the conclusion of the approval process, there'll be a final decision letter. And in that final decision letter will be a culmination of all of the approvals, essentially. And then those last stipulations that need to be added are referred to, usually the landscaping, monumentation, and things of that nature. In addition to that, with the condo association, which is a little bit different, they will have condo documents. We do review those condo documents. They do not get recorded prior to the condo actually going into effect, but they are drafted. The board and our legal counsel does review those prior to receiving final approval.
So whatever decisions that we make here this evening or stipulations, what you're saying is that does in fact follow the deed on that property?
I wouldn't say the deed. I defer to the attorney relative to the deed specific, because the deed is relative to the ownership of the property. But the decision letters for the project are recorded, and those decision letters will have the stipulations reflected on them. The condo association documents are also a recorded document, and those are a legal document that's recorded that will have certain stipulations. Certainly, the maintenance of the walls, the drive being private, the private trash and recycling pickup, not allowing the dumpsters. There has to be barrel pickup. Those items will be part of the condo documents, as will the maintenance and of the access and of the cemetery on site.
So I'm also speaking to any stipulations that the city council wants to make, such as Councilman Sinapi mentioned about aprovites. I think Councilman Gebhardt mentioned something else. I spoke about the walls being repurposed or relocated, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Those stipulations, that is what I'm asking to have recorded in the Warwick Land Evidence Records. That can be done, right?
It can be done. I defer to the council attorney on this only because the council can add stipulations to the council order. And then those stipulations, we then can carry forward on our preliminary decision letter and make sure that the plans at that time meet the requirement. But on the, so the council order is an action, an order of the board, of the council, and that is the law relative to the creation of this overlay district. I have not customarily recorded a council order, but I defer to the council attorney. I certainly would be willing to do that if that's what the preference is.
The councilman's raising efforts to add some substantive stipulations at the behest of the council. I think you need to, raise the merits of those, but it's historically not been for this insertion at this stage in the manner in which you are presenting, that it's covered by how they proceed through the rest of the planning process. So I would defer to, if you would like to raise some specifics, we can discuss them, but I'm struggling to identify how it is that you would like to insert the substantive piece that you've raised.
Well, some of it I defer to my colleagues who mentioned some concerns. Mine would be the walls, and to ensure that those walls will be relocated the way they're supposed to be relocated, and those walls remain historical walls in perpetuity, as it is in our ordinances or charters right now. And other than that, I'll defer to my other colleagues if they want to have something like that recorded or not.
Mr. President, if it's appropriate, I would entertain council's thoughts on provisions about the wall.
Sure. So we're going to discuss individual things now. I'd just like to point out on number 4 on the proposal here, it says that prior to preliminary plan submission, the applicant shall coordinate with the Historic District Commission regarding the stone walls on site. So it depends how deep the council wants to get on individual projects here, but there's a process in place, and individual council people or residents that are here can always contact the Historic District Commission regarding these stone walls and really dive in on exactly what you're looking for. So there already is a provision that they need to coordinate with them, and that's where the actual language would come out on this. Councilman Gephardt.
I'll just state my opinion. So, I would be satisfied with the language that's currently in here, as it delegates the authority to get into the minutia of the specific regulation around stone walls or landscaping or the cemetery access to the specific committees or commissions within the city whose purview is expressly focused on those areas. I think the Historic District Commission, who in the charter is tasked with enforcing and coordinating with developers or really any resident who has such a historic wall in their property, to make sure that it's cared for in the way that the charter and our ordinances set out. So I would not want to see us start sort of overstepping or usurping other committees or commissions in their important role in this process, as I think there are 12 stipulations laid out in this decision letter, all of which have further steps in process along the way, sort of under the umbrella of the planning department, whose board looks after development, whose council is specifically a real estate attorney specialized in those matters. So I would fear that we're sort of out on a limb here a little bit without, no offense, adequate representation to get into the depths of the the real estate and development process. I think if there were any provisions that were not highlighted in these 12 points, for example, if point 9 did not exist here, that the landscape plan shall include but not be limited to, et cetera, then I would say, certainly maybe we should add something about the landscape plan. But I think those matters are covered. I've not yet heard from, my points that have been made from Councilman Sinapi or Councilman Lattice or anything new that, is not covered in broad strokes here. But to the points that have been made earlier, we are at a broad stroke stage in this process. They have several more hearings with the planning department to get their final approvals. There's administrative approval, certainly, that the planning department goes through all the way to the final stages. So I mean, certainly appreciate where Councilman Lattiser is coming from, because we have in this city, and I'm sure in every city, seen documents with provisions that the end result is those provisions were not met. However, the city does have the authority to refer back to these decision letters and perform enforcement. I think a good example is the solar farm by your building over there on Long Street, where there were arborvitaes planted. They all died. It was an eyesore, and it got, light was shed on it through a combination of residents complaining. The news went out there, and the last time I drove by there were all new arborvitaes. They didn't do that out of the generosity of their hearts. That was the city enforcing agreements that had been made. So I think, our role here is to look at this in the form that's here. If there was something glaring that was not included, I think we certainly should include it. I've not seen or heard anything that falls outside of these 12 points. So that would be my opinion. Take it for what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Gephardt. And I think you did a great job of explaining that and pointing out there are already these provisions before us tonight. Is just the zoning. Again, I think that we need to rely on these next steps. One of the comments from a resident that came here was about the water coming down and stuff like that. Right in here is prior to preliminary approval, the applicant shall receive all state permits, including but not limited to RIDEM. So there is a lot of broad strokes in here that will be enforced if this project were to go forward. And Councilman Sinapi, I know that you had your hand up.
Yeah. So Councilman Gebhardt addressed much of what I wanted to say as far as this is not only already handled, but if you look at the verbiage of the decision, it's not saying that the developer is going to be held to the fire. It's saying the property owner. So regardless of if ownership changes, the property owner is going to be held responsible, which is incredibly important, because it is true. If it was just a developer, they just sell it off and call it a day, and then we'd be out of luck. I am curious, Lydia, the Councilman Ricks had mentioned before, and I remember actually one of the apartment complexes I lived in, this was an issue. When it comes to the sanitation services, there's no, as of now, requirement that recycling services be provided. It's just sanitation services generally, based on my reading of it. So is there an opportunity post this council meeting for that stipulation to be added so that recycling is also part of that? Because if not, I would actually, I think adding that would be prudent.
I would defer to the attorney on that. There are different provisions statewide relative to the requirements for recycling and trash pickup. I certainly could add that to here as well, but I'm not familiar with what the legal requirements are anyone in an apartment complex or a condo complex. But certainly we could add that to the stipulation, but I defer to the attorney relative to that. Mr. Resnick.
All I could really say is whatever, in a lot of these areas, whatever the city requirements are is what we're going to follow. So, we're so far away from that particular provision, but whatever they are, and if the stipulation is that we follow the city of Warwick rules or regulations or ordinances as relates to trash pickup, we'll do that. Quite frankly, I don't know what they are.
Thank you. Councilman Snappy.
So just to reiterate, Lydia, is there I guess to clarify, is there a point after this meeting where this project will become before one of the various boards, and that board can put into place the requirement that recycling be part of the sanitation services provided?
We can add
I would say if that's
to
a
the
requirement
stipulation.
of the town, of the city, we'll do that.
So it sounded like a yes, Lydia?
We can add that stipulation. The council also, this honorable board can add that to their stipulation in addition to this, to the 4 stipulations that are here. The stipulation number 2 can be amended to specify that the site is required to have private barrel, trash, and recycling pickup. That can be amended in that manner to address the board's concern, the council's concern.
Yeah, the reason why I word it the way I do as far as whether or not a board can do it subsequently is because that's happened previously here, where rather than the council imposing it, we've relied on the various boards to do so. I haven't had an issue in that regard yet, and I don't expect to have one going forward. So as long as this is going to become coming before another board, I'm fine with relying on that. It seems to be clear based on your responses that it will in fact be before a board, post to council, and that said board can impose this additional requirement. So as long as that's the case, I don't see a reason or need to amend it tonight, other than to make things take longer for the sake of taking longer and to inconvenience people for the sake of doing so. So as long as the answer to my questions are still yes, then I'm fine with it as is.
Any other additional questions for anyone who hasn't had a chance to speak yet? Councilman Lannister, one last shot.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to make a simple request following the suggestions from Councilman Sinapi that this will be to Lydia, and it'll make me go away on the issue with regards to the stone walls, that though the rocks from, or stones from those walls that are on site are not removed from the site and can only be used on that location to relocate or rebuild the walls.
That certainly could be a
That'll make me
stipulation.
happy and
That'll
make me
certainly
go
be a
away and we can
stipulation
all
that
go
the
home.
Historic District Commission can add.
Okay.
It'll be in the recommendation. And the Historic District Commission, they take their applications very thoroughly. They review them very thoroughly. So they certainly wouldn't have an issue adding any restrictions to removing the stones, the stone wall stones from the site.
And as Councilman Sinapi said, I'll rely on the discretion of the appropriate boards to ensure that that takes place. I'll withdraw my request for an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion to withdraw. All in favor? Aye. Okay, any other questions or comments from members of the council? Anyone like to entertain a motion? Councilman Foley. Second by Councilman Gephardt. Any questions or comments to move favorable action? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. First passage. Thank you, everyone. At this time, I ask that we pause the full council meeting. We still have some committee work to get done, so we will go back into the intergovernmental committee. Thank you very much.
Let's go. Who's the third member of our crew? Oh, here he is. Any way you can sit. Let's get going. We got one more thing, right? Two more, one more.
All set? All set?
I'm ready.
It is now 8:55 in the, it is now 8:55 and the Intergovernmental Committee is back in session. The third item on the agenda is PCR 21-24, a resolution to the Rhode Island Department of Transportation and the State Traffic Commission requesting installation of a traffic signal or other modifications at the intersection of Centerville Road and Dunmore Road. Councilman Sinapi.
So this somewhat speaks for itself. Those who know the area, this is the entrance to Pilgrim Estates, Dunmore Road. It already was an issue, frankly. The construction is obviously making it worse. And those, for some reason, following along at home, there's been a number of these studies now I've requested. You have at the entrance to Royal Crest, the entrance to Harding, the entrance to Scott School, and now the Pilgrim Estates, all in a nice little row on 117, because those who drive it know it's a nightmare. The traffic pattern is utterly mangled. It just doesn't work. But because of how narrow the road is, I imagine the potential solutions are few and far in between. But it is a state road, so we can't even really do anything. So we're asking the state to step it up and actually look into this and see what they can do, and hopefully get them to actually get something done.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments from the council? Questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
It is now 8:57 and the Intergovernmental Committee is adjourned.
The next committee is Public Properties. Thank you.
This time I'm not going to hit my knee.
I know.
Like I did it
I said
a
so.
month ago
I
or
said,
so. Huh?
hey. Jeez. That's,
Let's do this.
8:58.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs resumes at 8:58 p.m. We have two items remaining on the docket. Item number 2, PCR-131-23, a resolution dedicating Barton Farm as a municipal public trust pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws, Section 45-36.1-1 et sec, and as having conservation restrictions pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws, Section 34-39-1 et sec. Assessors Plat 251, Lot 179, located at 1351 Centerville Road. For a recommendation, Councilman Snappy.
Request to hold till April 22nd meeting.
Request to hold. Let's see. I'm trying to recall, do we need a vote on this? Okay. The request is to hold. I'm going to make a motion to hold to April 22nd. Do I have a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Held to April 22nd. Last item on the agenda. That is for the committee. This is also Councilman Sinapi. PCR 19-24, a resolution relative to changing the name of Plat 276, Lot 18, from One Home Loan Plaza to One Shoreham Way. Councilman Snappy.
So this is a weird one, I realize, but it's a street of one. It's technically not even a street, but back in the late 90s, this property was given its own street, and now the property owner wishes to change it to a different name. It affects no one but them. All the various services will be informed, so no one will be negatively affected. Request favorable action.
Thank you. Comment, members of the committee? I have one question. I take it that you had already run this by fire and police just to make sure that there was no conflict with a similar name that would pose any potential confusion for emergency response calls?
My understanding is that there are no conflicts or issues.
I would imagine not. One Shoreham Way, it seems like it would be hard to confuse with existing roadways and the like. Comment, members of the council. Comment, members of the public. Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that concludes the Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs at 9:01 p.m.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. I call the full city council back into session here. So if you're following us here on the agenda, we have done roll call, salute to the flag. We've done general communications. We heard from our special guest this evening, executive communications, and we've done the acceptance of the minutes. So now we are moving on to number 1 this evening on the agenda, which is the announcement of appointments. There are 3 announcements. These do not require confirmation. Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President. There are three, two for the Building Board of Appeals. First, Joseph A. Bucci from Ward 8 with a term to expire 1/1/2029. Second, Felix Carlone from Ward 5 with a term to expire 1/1/2029. And from the Planning Board, a Michael Penta from Ward 4 with a term to expire February 22nd, 2029.
Thank you, Councilman Gephardt. Number 2 is appointments requiring confirmation. There are none. So now we're going to move to the consent calendar. First up is PCR 22-24, a resolution relative to bids. Committee report, Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. PCR 22-24, bid 2024-398, 2024-401, 2024-364, 2024-369, 2024-370, 2024-371, 2024-366, 2024-404, 2024-365, and 2024-363. That concludes the bid packet, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the bid packets that were not asked earlier this evening in Finance Committee? Okay, number 2 is PCR 23-24, resolution relative to abatements. Committee report, Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
I apologize, Mr. President. I don't have the amount readily in front of me, but it was favorable action by the committee for the amount presented by the director. I have it.
Do we have that number?
Favorable action, the amount of $2,053.05.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the abatements? Okay, next up on the consent calendar is PCR 24-24, resolution relative to Claims Committee report, Public Safety.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Foley.
Thank you.
We
First one is Betty
Just move it
Belmore.
first and we'll get a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman McElroy and Councilman Ricks. Go ahead, Councilman Foley.
All right. The first one is Betty Belmore, approve in the amount of $300. The next is Amy Chauvin, recommend approval in the amount of $193.62. Matthew Coulter, approve in the amount of $300. Linda Costa, approve in the amount of $300. Joseph DeMayo, approve in the amount of $300. Randy Miller, approve in the amount of $300. Colleen Moretti, approve in the amount of $300. And just to break our streak, David Pickering, approve in the amount of $1,950.
Thank you, Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in Public Safety? Okay, the consent calendar has been moved and seconded. The clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Ladison?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. Next up is referred business. That is the public hearing that we just completed. So we're now moving to unfinished business. First up is PCR 131-23, committee report, public properties.
Hold to April 22nd.
Hold to April 22nd. We're now moving to new business. First up is PCR 7-24, sub A, committee report, intergovernmental.
Favorable action, Mr. President.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Gephardt, Councilwoman Travis. And I believe we have additional co-sponsors on this, correct? Looks like everyone is also a co-sponsor, so let the record show that. Any questions or comments on PCR 7-24A? This is the resolution to the General Assembly enacting legislation amending the state law to provide the mayor of the city of Warwick with an appointment to the Rhode Island Airport Corporation Board of Directors. Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number 2 this evening is PCR 19-24 Committee Report, Public Properties.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. This is 19-24 resolution relative to changing the name of Plat 276 Lot 18. Favorable action. Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilwoman Travis. Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in the Public Properties Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number 3 this evening is PCR 20-24. This is a resolution requesting the General Assembly to enact legislation exempting the taxation of the real property and tangible personal property of the Rhode Island Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Favorable action, Mr. President.
For action, Councilman Sinapi.
So I request favorable action.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Sinapi.
So just as it's not really housekeeping, but it's kind of just an FYI. Because it's obvious that we do need standards for these, and because we don't want any nonprofits being treated unfairly, like we shouldn't be picking and choosing which one we like, which one we don't, which one we think is better than the other one. It's a bad idea, but we also don't want to say yes to the mediation group and then no to the Rhode Island Coalition Against Domestic Violence just because they happen to be second, and that's the reason to say no. It's ridiculous. There's kind of a catch-all solution where right now these things all have to go to the General Assembly anyway, and there's nothing stopping us from communicating with our delegation to hold on to both of them. So also the Center for Mediation one, until on our end we put together the standards that we should have anyway, frankly, whether it be via us or via Neil. And Neil actually already seems to have a good handle on it, so we might want to just defer to him on that one. But that way, neither the center nor the coalition are unfairly burdened just because they happen to be the first groups around. Neither of them technically really wasted any time because they've gotten through the first hump of things. And I'm rather confident that any standards thought up will fit both the organizations pretty easily, considering what they are. I think that's kind of a given. So I'm not worried in that regard. So it kind of addresses most, if not all, the concerns raised. And it also addresses things that frankly have to get handled one way or another anyway, eventually. So there's no reason for us to kick the can and just wait till the next entity comes and to say, no, you're the one we're going to arbitrarily do it to.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. So just to summarize, you have moved favorable action. You're asking for favorable action, but you're saying that you're going to reach out to our colleagues in the General Assembly, the Warwick delegation, and say, this is coming to you. However, we would like to have some future conversations with the assessor's office, maybe come up with a policy going forward or our plans going forward. We need some additional time. Correct. So you're still asking for favorable action, but you're also going to ask for some additional time once it goes up to the State House.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that? Councilman Gephardt.
Okay. I want to start by saying I fully support all of the work that you do. I made the same comment the first time we saw one of these come across our desks. I voted no the first time. I'm going to vote no now. I fully support an effort to have a standard for sort of a level playing field for all the nonprofits across the city.
whatever that means. I'm not a tax expert, but something that was administrative that, served the purpose of, helping nonprofits universally achieve their mission and feel supported within the city, without, each one needing to come in here one by one and ask for special dispensation. So I'll leave it at that. I would say at a minimum, if we're going to follow Councilman Sinapi's plan to not further muddy the waters up at the State House, that we just hold this for a number of months until we can have something come before us. But I think better would be to vote this down and to do some work that would, benefit the Coalition Against Domestic Violence, as well as the Center for Mediation, as well as others in the city. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a fiscal note on this item.
Okay, Solicitor Walsh, can you walk us through that process, please?
I can pull up the pertinent section, but prior to the consideration of the council, we need to be, upon the request of a fiscal note, we would need to have that answer. The request being made at this moment is unclear if the tax assessor or anyone can speak to the value of what the item before us presents. And if we don't have that available, the recommendation would be to hold this item to the next meeting and then where a fiscal note can be presented in accordance with the ordinances. So,
Okay, is there anyone here from the administration that can speak to the fiscal impact that this would have?
Good evening, Council President Aaron Mackesy, Mayor's Chief of Staff. Councilman, I personally can't speak to the fiscal impact, but to the best of their professional ability, I'm sure the Finance Director and Assessor would be happy to put one together at the Council's request.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Howe.
So I understood the solicitor say to hold, but we can still make our comments because some of us waited to make our comments. And had I known that the councilman was going to ask for a fiscal, I would have asked the respect of giving people who haven't spoke the opportunity to speak, so we can still speak on this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I am, as someone who is, I take nonprofits that are near and dear to me. I'm a bit firm believer in nonprofits, but I have to agree wholeheartedly with what Councilman Gebhardt said. There has to be a standard. I think a standard throughout the city is appropriate. I would also like just to identify some things from all the conversations that were going on. The building that this one nonprofit is located in is not owned by the nonprofit. They are lessees to a property. So that, to me, just kind of gets into the woods. I understand they're also asking for the tangible personal property, but that kind of gets into the woods of having now a third party involved in the tax tax relief. The other part of this also goes to, I'm not 100% comfortable passing something and asking the state, because I understand that what Councilman Sinapi is saying. I personally am not comfortable passing something and asking the state to wait until we get an opportunity to come up with something, because things at some point, things are going to move fast and they're going to want to get things done and they're going to want to be proactive. And I just get nervous that it'll get lost in the shuffle of the paperwork. I would like to see a standard set forward. there are a lot of nonprofits that are operating within our city, all doing great work. They are recognized nonprofits by the federal government, and they are recognized nonprofits exempt from sales tax from the state government. The property that we are speaking of, or the property that is under lease right now, and the tangible products within that property are, as I said, it becomes a third-party issue, and that's very concerning to me. So I will vote against this, not as a reflection on any type of nonprofit. I'm voting against it because I'm hoping that we can do something better. And and the final thing I wanted to mention is I found it very interesting, at no fault of this nonprofit, I found it very interesting that the comment was made, for 24 years there were no taxes paid, and now they are. And one of the things that we have looked to do within the city is clean up, which goes to also the conversation from the audience. I would like to know, I know that like the tax rolls have been reviewed. I know that the assessor's office has done a very good job of cleaning up, if you will, and that we'll probably have more cases like this that come before us. So just to reinforce what Councilman Gephardt said, it would be smart for us to have a guideline, or for the assessor's office to have a guideline, or of what they feel would be appropriate moving forward. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. And well, Solicitor Walsh is recommending, because we weren't able to get that answer on the fiscal note, not recommending, but advising.
For those following, the Warwick City Code of Ordinances has a series of provisions in Chapter 30 relative to fiscal notes, sections 30-5, 6, and 7, which essentially says that upon the request of a council person or the mayor, any ordinance or resolution having an effect on revenues or expenditures or fiscal liability of the city shall be accompanied by a brief explanatory statement prior to the consideration of the city council. I shortened the verbiage there, and that furthermore, it would like to know what the projections are for the subsequent fiscal years as prescribed in Section 6 as well, and for it to be returned by the to the Finance Committee before the hearing. The intent of the ordinance is to give the council members greater clarity into the potential fiscal impact that could be absorbed in the case here, the shifting of a fiscal liability from one taxpayer to the broader collection of taxpayers across the city. So the intent of the ordinance is to allow that information to be further brought forward prior to formal action or consideration by the city council. So with that said.
So a couple things. One, so the points aren't falling on deaf ears. The problem is where we have an entity situated similarly, if not identically, to the last one that was approved, where they were a tenant. They were not the landlord. They are a nonprofit entity helping the community at large, a fact which no one debates. And as far as when it comes to the General Assembly, I personally have communicated with sponsors and had them hold things before. It's not complicated. It's not difficult. The only people that might lose out is us getting things passed at all, because if we take too long, they won't stop holding it. We all know there's a deadline. So that would be on us. That's the only people that might get left in the dust, and that obviously doesn't impact the taxpayer at all. It only would negatively impact the entities in question. And when it comes to the fiscal note, so I have their tax bill here, which is the fiscal impact of said exemption. So if that's what's needed, we have it. It is interesting that this is coming up now and it didn't come up in the last one, nor did it come up in the weeks that preceded this meeting, and is somewhat concerning that it was this particular entity that it was chosen to be brought up in, but to each their own. But given the existence of the tax note, which is what the tax assessor would be able to tell us, is, well, how much taxes would be forced to be burdened on the average person as a result? Well, $3,624.26 would no longer be paid for by this entity. So now it would be to go into the fact that now the general taxpayer would be responsible for it, diffused amongst the entire population of Warwick. That's the fiscal impact. So given that we have that, and given that we have at times proceeded without a formal fiscal note when we have had the information it provides, I would request we proceed, and I would request a ruling from the chair in that regard. And if the solicitor wants to tell me this doesn't qualify, then I withdraw my request.
Thank you, Councilman. So Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Sinapi has presented information relative to the tax liability borne by the most recent tax bill of the entity. At this time, it would be, I guess, first opportunity would be, does this suffice to you, and would you withdraw your request for a fiscal note?
So through the chair to Councilman Sinapi, where and how did you arrive at that number that you spoke about? $600 and some odd dollar tax impact. How did you arrive at that number?
$3,624.26, because that's what the city of Warwick told them was the tax bill.
That's what the city of Warwick is what?
Told them was the tax bill.
Is that on the total building? Or just the space that's being occupied? We're talking about a triple net lease here, is what we're talking about. So do you have the square footage of the entity? And I mean, if you do, and that's what it is, then that's what it is. But I'm asking for how you came up with that calculation of dollars and cents that you came up with, based on what?
That you'd have to take that up with the city of Warwick as far as how they computate their property tax bill, but that's what they told the Rhode Island Coalition was their tax bill for the year.
So you're saying that the coalition received a tax bill of, how much was it?
$3,624.26.
And you're saying that's what the answer is to the fiscal note?
I'm saying my understanding is it meets the requirements as far as it tells you the fiscal impact. $3,624.26 when it comes to the entity in question, specifically the Rhode Island Coalition Against Domestic Violence. If there's other information sought, such as the impact to other entities or other property owners or other lessees, that this does not provide.
So based upon what Councilman Sinapi has said, it appears as though the impact on that space is $3,625. But I think there's a greater concern. And the greater concern is if it's approved for one entity, this could very well continue to come to us entity after entity after entity and nonprofits, all looking for an exemption for taxes. Now, perhaps that can't be included in my fiscal note. And if it can't, fine, then I'll rely on what Councilman Sinapi has presented for the taxes that this entity has been charged.
So the intent of the ordinance is to make sure that we have this information. If we read a black letter of the ordinance, it is expressing the impact to the city. and it does not specify a burden shifting to the taxpayers. It's impacting on the city. The city imposes a general tax across everybody. The city would be made whole. So the requirement of the fiscal note was intended to talk about what is the impact here, but if we are going to force the issue, the city, they're going to absorb it in other ways. So the city is ultimately made whole. So there's an argument that the fiscal impact of this is zero to the city itself as an alternate.
It's zero
approach.
to the city, but it's
the
not zero
discussion
to the
to what you were
taxpayers.
chasing was to
Yeah.
allow everyone to know what the impact to other people within the city are.
Right, because it's not zero to the taxpayers. So I guess from the legal position, and correct me if I'm wrong, Solicitor, Councilman Sinapi has essentially provided the answer to the fiscal note request that I've made.
The councilman has presented information that I think you were looking for as it relates to what the annual burden shifting is, which may not necessarily be the same question of the fiscal note to the city, but we wanted to list that information onto the record for the discussion.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Councilman, this is their personal property tax that they are hit with every year.
When you say their personal property tax, meaning the fiscal property?
Personal property tax, which we charge as a city.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just reading what the top of the bill says. That way there's no confusion.
It's what, please?
I'm just reading what the top of the bill says. That way it's not up to me phrasing it correctly or not.
Well, that's not what my intent was when I was asking for fiscal note, and that was my question. Can the fiscal note request that I'm making pertain to not just, I think it's important, if we're going to be voting on this, I think it's important that we know what the big picture impact could be. That's what I'm speaking about. When right now we're talking about an item that's $3,625 as it impacts the tax roll. What I'm speaking about and my concern is in the bigger picture. I've already told everyone, you know, what my feelings are regarding.
We understand that, so
Yeah,
let's
okay.
pause on that. Okay. Being invited, we should enter, there's a motion to hold at this time for the finance director to provide additional information. That is what would take precedent over Councilman Sinapi's. Remember, Councilman Sinapi did move it favorable, and we did have a second on that.
We have a motion for favorable before us. If the councilman Sinapi is amenable, would it be acceptable to hold for one meeting and have the fiscal impact produced by the finance director?
I will accept an involuntary hold only. So,
Okay, so there's a motion to hold until the next meeting. Do we have a second to that? Second by Councilman Ricks. So the clerk is going to call the roll to hold this item until the next meeting, which is today,
March 18th.
March 18th. So that's what we're voting on at this side, is a motion to hold to March 18th and a request that the finance director gives us a fiscal note on this item. The clerk will call the roll on the motion to hold.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I said Mr. Sinapi. I can't hear you. No? Did you say?
Councilman, can you go on the mic? She can't hear you.
Ms. Travis? Yes. Good.
So 5-4.
5-4.
The motion is held. Yep. Next up is PCR 21-24, a resolution relative to the Department of Transportation Committee Report, Intergovernmental.
Favorable, Mr. President.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening? Madam Clerk, we have moved in second for a motion on favorable action on PCR 21-24. And Councilman Sinapi moved it, and it was seconded by Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, and Councilman Lattiser. Okay, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 Thank you. Motion passes. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent?
Pass.
Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5. Ward 6. Ward 7 passes. Ward 8. Ward 9. Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor of moving the docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are now in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening?
Pass.
Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4. Ward 5. Ward 6. Ward 7 passes. Ward 8. A resolution to the General Assembly to enact Caden's Law. Intergovernmental. Ward 9. Pass. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Fun.